Hey there, Teufel. It's funny that YouTube on mobile sends the notification faster than Twitch. I mean, the streams do start at the same time, so it's not like Twitch starts sooner than YouTube. So that said, you know, I guess it depends on how much JavaScript is in the pipeline for for when it comes to the email services that Twitch uses versus the ones that YouTube uses. Okay. Okay, so I've been spamming real good. Spamming the social networks. Spamming the Discords. Also, by the way, hello, Beat Watcher. Probably YouTube is better integrated with the way notifications on Android work. Wait, so you're not talking about mail notification. You're talking about something else. You're talking about a native mobile notification. Okay, that is more interesting. Yeah, okay, so push notifications. I see. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Twitch is going through some third-party service that does, that basically acts as a fan out towards Android, iOS, and I don't know, maybe other notification systems, while Google looks like might prefer a more direct approach where they have direct implementations themselves, no third-party that does fan out. Hey, just me. Hi, do you recommend doing microservices using Spring Boot? Oh God, I would recommend it more or less how I would recommend doing Crystal Meth. I would say it's pretty much the same thing. Jokes aside, I don't know. There's a lot of implicit stuff in that question, like way too much implicit stuff. It's impossible to give a good answer. A conservative answer would be no, don't do it. Why are you doing Spring Boot? Why are you doing microservices? You should stay away from both. It's like snorting man, what's called in English the super thin sugar? Powdered sugar. Oh yeah, it's like snorting cocaine and powdered sugar. It's like, why would you do it? Don't do it. So like, I don't know which of the two is cocaine, which one is cocaine and which one is powdered sugar. But that said, maybe you are in a situation where your company is doing Java. So if you're already doing Java, and then probably you should be doing Spring Boot if you have to do Java. And then depending on how your things are organized, maybe doing microservices might be probably the best way forward. So it's hard to say. Like, I guess my point is, I guess what I want to communicate is, are microservices and Spring Boot inherently good? And when I say Spring Boot, I also mean Java. Nah. Could they be the way going forward in a given organization? They might very well be. Could you be in an organization where doing this is a significant improvement over status quo? Oh, unfortunately, yes. So it depends on those things. Have you ever seen this book? Oh, I think somebody linked to me recently. Is that the one that where they have like a templating language example that is very similar to what we are doing? Maybe not. This seems like a very interesting, tour of things. That's nice. Unfortunately, some things probably kind of didn't age well. Like Ajax. Where is it? Where is my Ajax? Oh god, I lost it. Here. Yeah. Ajax. This stuff probably didn't age super well, but setting that aside. Yeah, there's also Redis. Okay, how could Google like not? Okay, inspect. Okay, we're nuking this element. Element the style. What? Oh, it's too... I'm too deep in the hierarchy. Button. Cover area. Okay, let's see if we can make this hidden. Okay, goodbye. It is a personal production project. Okay, then if it's something personal, microservices are not gonna help you in the least over just making one thing do everything. Like just make one service, have all the roots. There is really nothing for you to gain by splitting these things up, except extra operational overhead. Now instead of spinning up one web server, you have to spin up 5, and you know, if you want to do good microservices, they also should be in different repos. So now you're not pushing once, you're pushing 5 times. And then every tiny change requires you to coordinate stuff. It sucks. Don't do it. Just do one thing. As for Spring Boot versus something else, I don't know. That's your choice. Depends on what you like, what you want to learn, what you already know. So if you do Java, okay, I am definitely not a Java expert, but it seems to me that probably Spring Boot is the best thing you can do with Java. So yeah, do Spring Boot if you want to do Java. But if you want to try something else, I'll try something else. If you want to try something else that you might like in terms of operational characteristics without doing stupid microservices, check out something like Elixir maybe. Or what's the new Elixir? It's like Elixir, but is it Gleam? I think it's Gleam, right? Yeah, man, try Gleam. No joke, try Gleam. Try Gleam, and I don't know. Again, this is not necessarily good advice. It really depends on what you want to do. But if you're open to trying out other languages, try Gleam. It's interesting because what's interesting about Gleam is that it runs on the Erlang virtual machine, and it has this, like, the Erlang virtual machine has this concept of like processes that supervise other processes that then can, when they crash, they can be restarted by their supervisor. They have channels for communication across things, and you know what? Turning a single instance OTP, that's the virtual machine, turning one instance OTP into multiple instances, like splitting it up like microservices, it's super easy, and like all this shit is done so well in that ecosystem. So here's my recommendation if you want to expand your mind. Non-LLVM build of Zig from source in under 10 seconds is epic progress. Are you looking at like latest commits and work being done to parallelize Sema, or are you just doing the bootstrap sequence? Well, no, you're not doing the bootstrap sequence because the bootstrap sequence takes longer than 10 seconds. Are you? Oh, you're looking. Okay, you're trying the native backends without semi-parallelism, I'm guessing, because semi-parallelism is also coming. That one is also going to be interesting. I think that Jacob Lee was saying yesterday that he was getting like I don't know, like 20% more or less of speed gain, which is good. Anyway, hey Arnau, hello. By the way, the basic CSS tokenizer is done this afternoon. I will start with the parser. Oh, okay, awesome. Have you pushed any? If you want, I can take a quick look and I don't know, give you pointers so I can save you like a review PR round trip time. But by the way, sorry Arnau, I missed your message earlier. Yeah, Gleam seems very interesting. I haven't had the opportunity myself to work with it, but yeah, for me it passes all the smell checks, and I'm happy that it's like a more, I don't know, normal looking language on the OTP finally. Even though it's still functiony, but like this is fine. This is not bad. Like I'm not against this, but yeah, overall seems more also like static types. It's static types, right? Man, what an advancement on your fork. Yeah, sure. Let me take a look. Actually, insights maybe works. I don't think you have pushed the CSS branch. Next time you can maybe split this into a Jira ticket with a t-shirt size, and we can decide on whether we do it in planning before start working on it next time. Did you? I think this is a quote from that YouTube channel, huh? Uh-oh, you're on your phone. Okay, so never mind. It's okay. Andrew's post on Mastodon? Oh, so if it's his post from Mastodon, it might include the SEMA speedups. Let's go on Hakidermio. Oh yeah, see, okay, yes, he's totally talking about SEMA parallelism. So this is the non-LLVM, and this is the LLVM version. No, wait. No LLVM, no LLD. Both? What am I missing? Stage 3. At which point does it change? See you later. I am missing where it diverges. I'm a little bit confused about what's written here because I was expecting one of those to be yes LVM. Maybe it's a typo in the screenshot. But in any case, I would assume that this one is no LVM, so faster by 32%, 8-second total, and this one is with LVM. Anyway, I never felt a need for better HTML. It just works. I have been doing that for years. What reason have you felt for doing this project? I just want to see. Okay. Let's see. Any improvement? No. Okay. Yep. Let's continue our work. So we are in AST.zig. We're still going through our re-implementing things that are missing. So build node. Element.start tag. Yeah, well, there is no start tag. The problem is though, start tag here gives us tag. It gives us the ability to grab a name, and it gives us the ability to know if the start tag is self-closing. Oh, that's interesting. We don't want to care anymore if the start tag is self-closing or not. That's not our business anymore. And then attributes. So I would say we kill this, and instead we make an iterator. Oh, we kind of need to make a tokenizer. Tag IT. Tag iter. Tag iter. So this is tokenizer.init. I forget what init wants, and ZLS is not suggesting, so we gotta figure it out ourselves. Oh, it doesn't even have an init. That's why it doesn't suggest. So we just instantiate one and then just start calling next on it. Okay. Although, you know what? What we could do here is still have some abstraction so that we don't have to do all these unsafe unwrapping here, because we would be sprinkling. So it is correct for the tokenizer to force us to unwrap its contents. It's like an iterator, a tag might very well just like not have, there might be problems. But if we are at this stage, we're actually past all of that. So you know what? I think we want to do start tag. I'm thinking we want to do start tag, and we want to have a start tag type. Question is, where do we put it? If we want to do element.start tag, it has to be in the tokenizer itself. No, it has to be in the AST. Is close direction. Start tag. Tag iterator. What do we keep track of? Name. No, we want name as a slice. I think that's kind of it. Well, I guess we also want... Also tokenizer. Yeah. Oh, where did my music go also? What happened, man? Why can't I have music? That one is bad music, I guess. Okay. Oh, it's not slice, it's pan. Hey, peace, mice. Okay, hello. What do you mean goodbye, Jinja Mustache? I'm making my own templating language, and I hope to never have to use those languages ever again. What are you building the AST for? Is it for a language server? No, the language server is already done. It already exists, and you can see it here. Hello, Dollery. Hello, 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 everybody. So, the language server is already done, and if you run it, it tells you everything that you do wrong with your HTML. Well, it tells you a lot of things that you are doing wrong with your HTML. It doesn't yet tell you everything that you're doing wrong, but it tells you a lot. And it also, so here, for example, telling you that you have a duplicated attribute name. It tells you that you have like a wrong, ampersand, blah, blah, blah character, HTML entity character thing that doesn't exist. It tells you that you have your closing a tag that was never opened. It tells you that you opened one, but you never closed it. It tells you that, dude, what are you putting a trailing solidos in this thing? Why? And it tells you also that plain text is deprecated and unsupported. There is one already in 100% Zig, by the way, if you're interested. Link to it. So, send me a link. So, as for why goodbye Jinja, Mustache and Company... Oh, another templating language. Yeah, but I'm going for something different. So that's a templating language that's designed for like a web server where you kinda basically want to use templates from a handler that you write in Zig. I'm writing a static site generator. So in a static site generator, you don't have source code. Well, you can make static site generator however you want, but the kind of static site generator that I am going for is kind of like Hugo or Zola, where you don't write programming language stuff. So the templating language is different because of that. Also, the one that I'm going for is, oh, there's a bunch. And the one that I'm going for also is fully correct HTML. So like, we use Markdown like Hugo, kinda. So I want to use Markdown, but I want to make modifications to it. One big modification that I have to make is this. So since I'm making my own things, I had to decide which front matter language to use, right? So that's the metadata that you put at the top of your Markdown file. And usually that's YAML or JSON or TOML. The thing is, Markdown only allows these three languages. Actually, to be precise, it only allows two. It allows only YAML and TOML. But JSON is also valid YAML. So it happens to work. Now, in my case, I didn't want to use any of these things. Well, I started with JSON out of convenience because it was already available in the Zig library. I'm not using YAML. I hate YAML. And so I made my own. I made my own JSON replacement. Hello, Matthew. I still have to do some design iterations on this thing, but the basics are there. And also the tooling is there. Like I have syntax highlighting from 3-seater. This is what you're seeing here. I have an auto formatter. I have an LSP for it. So I have a bunch of tooling already written. So what's the problem though? The problem is that I cannot tell normal tooling that this is the language that I want to use in the front matter because Markdown doesn't allow you to specify it that way. Like you know how in Markdown you can specify code blocks, right? You can do this. Zig, HTML, whatever. Yes, but you cannot do that with the front matter. So at the top of the Markdown file, you have this thing, and this is the front matter. Right, that's how a Markdown file looks like. Well, you can only do minus for YAML and plus for TOML. That's it. They don't allow you to personalize this at all. So long story short, I will need to, at the very least, make a slightly different version of Markdown where everything else is the same, but it supports my templating language in here. Second thing, there are some things that annoy me in Markdown that I want to improve slightly upon. For example, when you make a title, there is no way for you to specify what the anchor should be, right? So let's say that you want this to become this. Also, notice how delightful are the diagnostics that pop in and out as I type. Just saying. So, you want to turn this into this, but you also want an anchor, right? So I guess you want... Uh-oh, we might have a bug. We have definitely a bug. Okay, so href. And then you want, I don't know, href... wait, is it href? No, the href is what you put in... Never mind, sorry. The href is what you put somewhere else. Also, although you might want to link it to itself, right? You want something like this, I think. Well, you know, it's debatable how exactly you want to organize these things, but as a first approximation, this is correct. And so the thing is, what should the ID be? And usually things have, like, if you have title something, title bar, then this becomes title dash bar. There's a slugification algorithm that does it, and they tend to be predictable, but not all the time, and they don't allow you to control it. And more importantly, they don't allow you to bind these things semantically. Like if then later on in another section I want to do I don't know, remember what we said in title bar. But now how do I link to it? I guess you can do it like this, maybe? I'm not even sure this exactly works like this. I guess you can do this, but like it's like you didn't give a name to that thing. So this is one example. Like the more general problem is that there isn't a generalized way of giving attributes to things. And I want to extend Markdown slightly to allow more things to have attributes. That's my point. That said, that's, I guess, my null hypothesis. I would also be interested in considering the idea of changing more Markdown, because Markdown parsers kind of suck. Like having to write a Markdown parser kind of sucks. And I think that a big problem with Markdown is that it, as I understand it, there is no syntax error in Markdown. Like when you write Markdown, either your syntax has semantic meaning for Markdown, or whatever you write turns into plain text. Basically, you keep trying to parse something semantically meaningful for Markdown, and if it fails, you give up, and that kind of degrades into plain text. And I'm thinking, I don't know, is this a good design? I suspect it's not good design. Like, I would posit that having syntax errors in your language is, roughly speaking, not a bad idea. Being able to have, like, having some buffer zone between what is plain text and what is semantically meaningful allows you to catch mistakes. Markdown doesn't do that. And that's one side of the equation. I feel like the other side of the equation is also that by not having this buffer zone, your parser kind of has to be more janky. I'm not sure about this statement, to be honest. It's a suspicion that I have, but I haven't written one myself, so I cannot say for certain. That said, I've seen some Markdown parsers that are like spec compliant, and Jesus Christ, how much stuff do they have to go through? So, I don't know. That's kind of how I'm feeling. In any case, we got a crash, man. We totally got a crash. Let me see if I can repro it. I couldn't repro it. Oh, actually we did. Oh, freak, I lost it. Let's see. Oh, there we go. This made the crash. Let's try again. It's not this. What is going on here? Access on union field tag name when parse error is active. Oh. Okay, this is a state that makes it poop itself. Okay, this is good. Man, I need to fuzz this thing, that's for sure. Is the title of the video real? What does it mean? The CPN, I think you're like, what? Yes, the title of the video is real. I am doing live coding in Zig. I am writing a templating language. Yes. I want to say goodbye to Jinja, Handlebars and Company? Yes. Because and that's why I'm making my own templating language. Does that mean that, I don't know, I'm like, removing them from humanity, like from the human history? No, they will still be out there. People will still use them, and the majority probably of the people on the planet will still prefer those over whatever I'm doing. So yeah, but at least for myself, I want to get rid of those. Okay, so we have a good test case. I meant, is it clickbait? I don't know, man. What does that mean? What does that even mean? Look. Okay. Check this out. Go to that website. Read more about my static site generator. That's what I'm working on. It exists. Like the website, that website itself is built using my static site generator. So at least is real enough to be able to build that website. And yeah, and you can read there about my templating language and stuff. So I don't know. You decide how clickbait or not it is. Like I'm having trouble to understand what that means in this context. So tag iterator. We want to return attributes. We want to grab a name, and then we put it in there. And so name becomes. So that means that we can grab. The problem with this is that tag iterator. The problem with this tag iterator is that it doesn't keep around a list of attributes, but that's actually fine. We don't want to keep a list of attributes in here. But at the same time, yeah, no, I think it's fine. Okay, tag iterator. And then we do pub function next. I think we also want like a list of nodes, maybe? Because we do write down, so our node knows in its tag. Oh no, it doesn't know shit, actually. Okay, never mind. So here's what we do. Next. And that returns an optional attribute. Yeah. Also, this while turned into a switch at some point. Okay. Are functions types in Zig similar to Go, where I can say expect a function that blah blah blah? Yes, totally. Yeah. Imagine that you want to accept a function, you can do this. I don't know, foo fun is a function that takes a const u8 and returns a bool. So you can totally do it. Keep in mind though that very differently from Go and all other high-level programming languages, this way of structuring your code should be used only when you really need it. Because the reality is most of the time, whenever you're accepting a callback, it tends to mean that your code should be structured in a different way. It's not a hard rule, and you might very well have a legitimate use case. Just be aware that the way you tend to reach for that in a higher level programming language, sometimes it's absolutely a bad idea if you're in a context where you care about performance and what's actually going on with your machine. I would even argue that sometimes it would still be good to avoid that style regardless, even if you don't care about performance. But at that point, the equation becomes more complicated. It's like we would have to go on a case-by-case basis. So just letting you know that it's a bit of a specialty thing in the Zig when writing idiomatic Zig. And so the language will not make it super easy for you to go down that road. You can totally do it. You will not find any hard block here, but the language will not, try to make that a smooth slide, slip and slide. You will find some friction. Not a ton, just a little bit. Case in point, in Zig, you cannot define a function. You cannot define a function like inside of another function on the fly. There's more convoluted syntax to do that. And I wouldn't say that's necessarily going to be like this forever, or that it's fully designed to be more annoying. But the reason why this stuff hasn't been smoothed out already is because it's not a tool that you should reach for often in any case. That's the idea. Okay, so we have start tag. We actually do have name. String. Oh, tag name earlier was not a string. Tag name earlier was some kind of slice concept. Interesting. Oh no, that's actually kind of what we want. You know what? Let's remove this thing, and let's call it name span. And then it's not string anymore, but now it's slice. What Vim NeoVim plugins are you using? Asking because your setup seems really fast. That's because it's not Vim. It's not Vim with a ton of plugins. It's Helix with pretty much one extra feature merged in that it's not yet in the main project. So that's Helix plus a feature that's being worked on by good old Solalicious. It's this feature here. You know what? I'll send it from here. So if you basically So I would say if you never tried Helix, just try simple Helix. Then if you decide that you like Helix, then check out maybe his branch for the stuff that he's working on. And if instead you just want sticky context, you can do nvim 3-seater context on your NeoVim. So you can have that behavior also in NeoVim. Some background is getting passed by. Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, there we go. Fixed. Thank you. Okay, so let's see. Tag span. We get the slice. The name string for this function wasn't all that bad. It's tempting me to change slice, but whatever. Slice is fine. So is it extend? Then we do special stuff. Validation. Unexpected extend tag. Oh man, there's so much work that we need to do here. Jesus Christ. Okay, wait a second. We kind of introduced, I think, a bug in here. No? In here? What's going on here? Why are we not getting any error? Oh, this is where the error is. What's the problem? Unused function parameter. Wait, what? Unused function parameter and node. Oh yeah, right. Of course. The fuck am I doing? Do you work on the Z core compiler of Stream? No. I don't really work on the Z core compiler. That's not what I'm hired to work on. I work on other things like social initiatives. I do run the @donations email address, and I talk with companies. So the title is VP of Community. So that means that I guess on paper my main duty is like community related stuff. And in a sense, these streams are also like community stuff. You can come and we can chat, and I can answer questions about, you know, the Z project, the roadmap and stuff. Obviously, that's some of it. Some of it is, also running the Zig website. And so, maybe some, companies email us. We chat a little bit. They decide to become a sponsor. I put their logo on the webpage, that kind of stuff. I also go to conferences, talk about Zig. And I also write blog posts that explain how to do stuff with Zig. And I run some Zig initiatives like Zig Showtime. So that, roughly speaking, is the kind of stuff that I mostly do. There is some more nuance than what I'm able to say in like an answer like this on stream. But that's roughly what I work on. I have worked on the compiler a little bit in the past. So you can find some minor PRs. And I used to work on the old version of Autodoc. The problem is that we concluded that the previous approach wasn't really all that fruitful. So at some point we kind of stopped. And the plan was to eventually have the WASM version, which then Andrew took on and made recently. So honestly, I would like to eventually go back to Autodoc. But I feel like I guess one issue with the previous iteration of Autodoc was also that I took on that project not really having any experience with doing language intelligence stuff. So like analysis of an AST with the purpose of producing docs and et cetera, et cetera. And so I feel like I kind of bit more than I could chew. And now this project instead allowed me to basically gain a ton of experience with definitely more easily manageable morsels of complexity. Like I started by making a language and tooling for that language, like a JSON replacement, like a data serialization language, which is dramatically simpler than a programming language. And I made a bunch of tooling for it. And now I'm working my way up to a templating language, which is not as complicated as a full-blown programming language, but it's getting closer because we have logic, we have ifs, we have for loops, we have to implement these operations, etc., etc. And I'm doing this from a tooling first perspective. Like even with my first iteration of the templating language, I did put a lot of emphasis on recognizing errors and reporting them. But still, I feel like that now that after having gone through the whole LSP tour, I'm realizing now also that my approach was still a little bit too naive, or rather, I am now able to have a less naive approach than before. So that's kind of what I'm working on. And I feel like that once I will be at the end of this adventure, I will be in a much better position to work on things like Autodoc. That said, also working on a static site generator is part of what I do for the Zig project, because having a good static site generator for the Zig community is, it's a minor thing, but it's still a force multiplier for the Zig ecosystem, because I haven't really implemented this part yet, but the idea is that by having the process that builds your website, imagine your docs, be a Zig build process, like a build.zig pipeline, basically. That allows you to integrate it really well with your release process, with your development process of your project. So like you basically have one build.zig that builds your process, builds your project, maybe build some intermediate artifacts like JSON files, maybe a JSON file that represents some of your APIs. And keep in mind, I'm talking about something slightly different than Autodoc. Like if Autodoc is like development, if your thing is a Zig library, like a Zig module that people import and use, then Autodoc is the right tool for the job. But if you're doing something different, where you do have some APIs, but like there are different kind of API. Maybe imagine web endpoints, for example. At that point, Autodoc is not the right tool for the job anymore, and you will need to make your own more custom solution. And this thing should be able to get you there in a pure Zig way. So you don't need to depend on janky third-party tools. You don't need to add a dependency on another programming language. You don't need to find weird ways of maybe testing your code snippets on your website, for example, or in any case, your examples. Maybe your examples will not be code snippets. Maybe your examples would be, examples of how you call an endpoint. And so it's a more complicated type of test, but you can still pull it off with this kind of architecture, like with what I'm doing with Zin. So the idea is basically to allow you to also really iron out all the complexity, accidental complexity, I would say, that you can find there. So I hope this answers the question in a satisfying way. You have a GitHub repo for this project? Oh yeah, for sure. I'm curious to see the Lexer and Parser. I have a project for university where I will have to build stuff like this in a non-GC language, and currently I'm looking at Zig or Rust, for sure. Okay, let me give you one caveat. The caveat is this. I'll tell you what the structure of the project is right now, and I'll tell you the main caveat. So first of all, what you're looking at here is a HTML templating language. My templating language is a superset of HTML. It's HTML plus certain attributes that have semantic meaning. So I'm talking about stuff like this. You had an if to an element, and then when this thing gets processed, whatever this evaluates to, either true or false, will decide if the body of the div will get printed or not. Loops. This should return like a list of things, and for each one, the body gets evaluated and copy-pasted a bunch of times. Now, this is valid HTML, basically. So before I can parse my template-specific logic, I have to parse HTML. So I have HTML.zig and the HTML subdirectory that contains tokenizer and the AST, and then there's a top level one, a top level AST. There's no a top level tokenizer, just a top level AST because I'm building an AST off of another AST. So this is the state of things. More importantly, right now this project is in flux because I previously was using 3-seater, so you don't really have a grammar. No, fuck grammars. I'm sorry. I generally think that what university teaches you in terms of writing a grammar and then auto-generating the parser off of the grammar is, I guess it's one way of doing things, but it's horribly insufficient in modern times. Like having a formal grammar, good. Understanding the rules that you need to follow to have a good grammar, you know, being left recursive, being right recursive, trying to not be a mix of the two, annoying ambiguity in the language, good to know, absolutely. But then, yeah, look ahead and that stuff. But then, thinking that you grab a a parser generator and you get a good parser out of it, that's cringe. That's absolute cringe. Because in reality, if you want to do anything that makes, if you want to build a language server for your thing, which you want to build a language for, like in 2024, you want to build developer tooling for your stuff. If you want to be any serious about it, and you will not be able to use your Yak generated parser in an LSP. It just does not work. And on top of that, there's also like a ton of other considerations, including in terms of performance. So, well, in any case, I'm giving you an introduction so you know what to look for and what to avoid. So right now, basically, I have a ton of directly under source. I have all these files that are mostly concerned about the runtime semantics. So template.zig, interpreter.zig, these all do, runtime interpretation of the template. And they're currently kind of broken, as I was saying, because I was previously using 3-seater to parse HTML. So I was basically consuming a 3-seater AST from AST.zig. AST, this is for the templating language AST. Instead, now I implemented my own under HTML, and that's what I'm basically wiring in. So be aware, that's the weird broken state of things that we're in right now. That said, if you want a, working example of like tokenizer, parser, and company, you might check out the one for my JSON replacement. This one has two languages. The language itself, with its own tokenizer, and a bunch of different parsers. One that builds an AST, one instead that builds, that doesn't build an AST, but instead deserializes immediately your bytes inside of a user-provided type. So it kind of uses generics to put data immediately into the destination type without going through an intermediate AST representation. And then there's two competing LSP parsers, one called Recover AST and the other one called Resilient Parser. So, and then it also has a 3-seater grammar. So the grammar here exists. So you don't traverse the AST after building it for adding type information? Exactly, no, you don't do that. You immediately pump everything into the destination type. That's the whole point of those kind of parsers, to avoid this intermediate thing, because the point is that an AST requires heap allocation. Well, or at least it requires, let's say in the general case, it does require heap allocation. While instead, if you have a target type, you can avoid a lot of that. It's much more performant, potentially. We had a double displacement visible pattern. I don't know, I guess, yeah, you can do it, but that's not how like good performant parsers do it. There's trade-offs. A parser that doesn't build an AST and goes directly into the destination type. So to be clear, right, you define in your language like a struct, and you know that your JSON or whatever will have the same shape, and so you can immediately see, okay, I know that I need to serialize into a struct, so I'm expecting a open curly brace. Do I find it? No, that's an error. Do I find it? Instead if it's there? Great, continue. Then you expect to find like a key name. You find a key name, you use reflection to take a look at if your field names, if it's a correct field name for your struct, or depending on the settings, you could even have like settings where you tell the JSON parser to ignore fields that are not mentioned in your struct. You kind of like implicitly throw them away, and so the parser knows what to do. And then when it finds name span, then boom, it puts the value here directly. So yeah, it's a thing. So that's by the way another interesting example of how there is no one parser that is actually the best solution for all use cases. For the same language, you will need different parsers depending on what your goal is. So let me send you a couple of links. Actually, you know what? So this is the JSON replacement. And this is the HTML language server and templating language. By the way, since I wrote an HTML parser, I also have a language server for it. And my plan is then that have this same language server basically give you simple HTML diagnostics if you're running it on a .html file, and instead if you're running it on a .shtml, where S stands for super, so that would be like a templated HTML file. If you're opening it on a shtml, then you get the extra diagnostics, extra checking, etc. Okay, what were we doing? Oh yeah, we need to, hey, what are we doing with Node? Unused function parameter, yes. Because we need to have the tokenizer run on that. Yeah, it next requires an argument. It requires some source code. So we need to save that source code in here. Let me think of how we're gonna do it. Okay, it's not that hard. I need to do just a little bit of math. You know though what I'm gonna do? I want to make myself a cup of tea. So give me a sec. I'll take a very short break just to make a cup of tea. I'll be right back. Yeah, we just need to do a little bit of math. Okay, I'm back. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Okay, so here's an interesting problem that we are facing right now. And it's not a big deal, but there's some design decisions that could be made. They could make this, I don't know, like better or worse. Oh, nice. This changes the size of this thing. So the situation is this. We have the full text. This is our full HTML. And now we want to retokenize just a chunk of it. Hey, Dollary, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you very much. Thank you for your Bezos bucks. Thank you, thank you. So we want to retokenize just a chunk of it because this happens to be like a tag like a start tag that we want to inspect. So here's the core point. The core point is that our HTML AST does not keep track of tag contents. Why? Because if I were to, when parsing, I were to also save all the attributes, that's a list of things. It's a variable length list of attributes. That means a dedicated heap allocation for it, and I don't want to do that. So my strategy is instead to tokenize on demand. Whenever I need that list of attributes, I basically make an iterator for it. That's what we're writing here. An iterator that keeps giving you an attribute every time you call next. So we want to retokenize this thing. And so what we could do, we need to basically understand that we want to stop once we reach the end of this tag. And so so one way of doing it would be to, which is how I was doing it in my auto formatter, is slice. Oh my god. I just realized what the solution is. Okay, so what I was doing in the previous tokenizer, in the previous code that was doing this kind of stuff, I basically was slicing off this chunk of bytes. The problem is that this works, but the problem is that gives you offsets relative to this chunk. So like, for example, the name, let's say the name is, I don't know, div, right? So it will tell you that you have the the lower than sign at index 0, and then you have the D at index 1. But this is like relative coordinates to this subslice. In reality, in your main document, the lower than sign is actually at index, 100, right? So these indices don't match anymore. So we have to decide then how to account for that incongruence. Like we could, for example, I don't know, keep these around and then keep also around this slice. Or maybe we could get these guys and then adjust their indices to when we save them. So basically when I grab here the name the name span, instead of saying it directly, I add to each one of it, to each end, the offset that we're at. Basically, I add this number here so that we can basically come back to the original thing. I could also have other approaches. For example, another one could be that I don't slice and I just initialize the tokenizer to start at this index. And that means that it won't tokenize anything before this, but then we need to understand what to do with the exit condition. So we need to, for example, what we could do is we stop when we see a full tag token. Like the tokenizer returns a full tag as a token normally. What I'm thinking we should do instead is this. It's a mix of the two. We initialize the token at this index, the tokenizer at this index, but then we feed it a subslice that ends here. We don't have any of this. So we will get an EOF token, like a null, basically, in our context, once we reach here, and we don't have to worry about weird, ending conditions. And at the same time, we will get the right number, like the correct type of indices according to the main string. That seems like the best approach. So that's what I'm gonna do. So we have our node, and what we do is we need to give it something. So first of all, we need to initialize the tokenizer, and we do .idx equals n.open.start. So we initialize it at the correct offset, and then we do this. There you go. And then here we do kind of the same. Do we save the entire slice or do we just save the end offset? I'll just save the end. Pure bytes, I think. Yeah. Beautiful. This is really the best of both worlds. I should probably re-engineer what I was doing on the other side. This is a much better solution. Actually, how you know what? We can keep it as a one-liner. Okay, so here then we do ti.tokenizer.next and we pass in ti.n. Delightful. Okay, this is correct. Nice. Okay. Jesus, I like this so much. Okay, let's watch Zig complain about everything that we do. Will node. Member function expected one argument. Oh yes. Where's my source? Also, this self, I freaking hate it. So we're changing this. What's in the AST? We have source, right? Yes, we do have source. Okay. So is tag name string extend. Bunch validation. Okay, what is this saying? Parent isn't root equals depth different than 1. Okay. Previous element node.prev. No field name node. Oh yeah. But you can do prev. Any element before while prev p equals prev. Actually, we can't do prev currently. Oh god. We cannot do prev on our current implementation. What am I even trying to do here? This is saying if there's anything before the extend tag that isn't a comment, we complain because we expect it to be at the very top. So we only allow comments to be before it. That's fine. But we can't implement this like this anymore. This needs to be implemented in a different way. Something like scene non-comment elements, something like this. That's the idea. And then this check becomes user accredited her parent isn't root. Oh shit. I deleted too much. Okay, so now we need to pass in this argument. I guess we can get there when we get a compiler error there. Oh, already got there. Okay. So I guess so it starts at true, and then as we go down, what do we want to do about it? Well, the idea is, I guess, is that if we get past here, also no, it starts at false. Okay, so yep, and then we pass it here. Okay, what's the next problem? Debug internal. Oh god. Will I be able to compile C++ code with Zig after moving away from LLVM? Or has it already happened? No worries. Frequently asked questions are fine. So it has not already happened. And yes, you will be able to do it. The way it will work is that you will basically have LLVM as a dependency that you can pull in using the Zig build system, like a Zig package dependency that will provide LLVM. I would say that's for C++. For C, Zig will have a different implementation. So you will be able to compile C using the Zig compiler. You will able to compile C++ using Clang still, but you will not have to, do that manually separately. But it will still be part of a Zig build process, just orchestrated through the Zig build system. So that's kind of the idea. Okay, give me a sec while I answer some messages. Okay, let's continue. So if you have any other questions, feel free to ask. How would this work? Isn't C and C++ built to work with LLVM? So today, when you're compiling C and C++, yes, it all gets the compilation process is redirected to Clang. Zig bundles the full Clang executable inside of it. And while saying the executable might be misleading, to be precise, Zig bundles Clang's main function. So you get all of Clang. But, you know, the main function, it's not like weird subprocessing. Just the main function is inside of Zig, of Clang. So you can invoke all of Clang from Zig. And yes, today, if you have C code or C++ code, that gets sent to Clang, compiled into a object file, and then linked back by our linker. Or sometimes by LD, Clang's linker. Well, LLVM's linker. But we are moving towards having our own linker do everything. Now, what's going to be in the future? The idea is, for C, the idea is to have a C front end in Zig. So that means that you write C code. The C code will turn into Zig IR, so Zig intermediate representation. So all the C constructs will become Zig intermediate representation constructs, and everything will be compiled. And at that point on, and from that point forwards, there will be no difference between Zig code and Zig code in that sense, because all the semantic, all the tiny data types for semantic analysis and ultimately producing machine code will be handled uniformly from there on out. For C++, for now, there is no plan to have a C++ front end. Honestly, I don't think there will ever be a plan to have a C++ front end. It's like, I don't know, C++ is like the freaking markdown of programming languages. It's like nobody wants to write a parser because writing a parser for it sucks. And I say parser, but, you know, in case of C++, it's not really the parser. The problem is the parser and everything else around it. So, point being, we probably will never do it. And so, C++ will have to keep going through Clang. But since we will not have Clang inside of Zig anymore, then we'll have to be a separate thing. So a tool that you download from the Zig build system that is going to be part of the Zig build of a Zig build pipeline that will output object files that then we will be able to link against like we do today in the future using our own linker. Is Markdown so hard to parse? Hard might be the wrong word. I would say annoying. I would say that probably C++ is also not terribly hard to parse, but probably fairly annoying. But I was making like okay, you know what? I guess if you want to compare like the annoyance of or the complexity of processing C++ start to finish, yeah, no, the Markdown doesn't compare even remotely. But I don't know. I was trying to make a I don't know, funny parallel. Can Clang compile system libraries? Can Clang compiled system libraries still be linked with this new method? Sure. Why not? That's exactly what's already happening today. Today, you write Zig code that gets compiled by the Zig compiler in our own system, and then that does get linked against C and C++ object files and static libraries that are built using Clang. Like, we orchestrate the entire process, but that's already happening today. Like in this project, now I'm writing my own HTML parser, but previously I was depending on Triciter, and so we were building Triciter using the Clang inside of Zig, producing object files. Or if you want, I wasn't doing the static library route, but also could have worked, could have built those as static libraries, and then we were linking those things against my Zig code. So it's already happening today. It is hard to parse because you need the context and it's ambiguous. C++ is hard to parse. Well, wait. Okay, let's ignore for a moment this second sentence. Is this first sentence about C++ or Markdown? Yeah, you know, but I'm joking because the point is that, well, the same is also true of Markdown. Markdown also requires you to keep track of a ton of context, and some constructs are very ambiguous. So, like, I totally get it. The C++ is kind of shitty to parse. Markdown is as well, though. What do you think of Golang? I personally like it. If I have to be honest, I used to do Golang professionally in the past, and I feel like that for building web services is a pretty decent solution. Is it the best one? I don't know. I don't think so. But especially in certain environments, is a blessing. Like if you're at the type of like enterprise software development company where everybody's doing Java and going insane over reactive shit and factories, and like you never have enough design patterns. You need more design patterns, more interfaces, more whatevers. I even forget the names of those things. Golang stops you there. Like it doesn't allow you to express that stuff in a reasonable way, and that is so good. But it also has some flaws. So for me, for example, Go has completely supplanted, replaced JavaScript. Like I used at some point to do Node.js for backend stuff, mostly because you didn't have a context switch when doing front end and backend. But then dynamically typed, fucking JavaScript, everything would become incomprehensible after a while. And Go kinda made everything so much better. That said, nowadays I'm doing Zig, and boy does it hurt to go back to Go from Zig. Zig is so much better, man, as a language. So it's pain. Now, for me, Go is pain compared to the past. That said, the whole reason why I do Go in the first place occasionally is because Zig is not super mature in terms of web development. And so if you're doing web dev stuff today, you will totally have a better time with Go than in Zig. In Zig, it's like you're doing this weird bleeding edge thing where a lot of things are not really fully set in stone. As an example, we have a great implementation of TLS 1.3 in the Zig standard library, but we don't have TLS 1.2. So if you happen to connect to a web server that has a old version of TLS, which sucks because they should upgrade to 1.3, but some services don't, then your connection will fail because Zig does not implement TLS 1.2, and so the handshake will fail because the other side, the server will say, well, I don't know TLS 1.3, so TLS 1.2 is the best I can do. So in Go, you don't have these issues. In Go, it's like this stuff is already fully figured out in a sense. The biggest point for me in Go is the standard library and the build system. Oh, I pushed the CSS branch of my fork now. Nice. Let's take a look. Let me see what happens if I save here. No field or member function named slice in tokenizer utter value. Yeah, that's fair. A value doesn't have slice. Well, because it has an escape and unquote. Yeah, what the fuck, man. Oh, but I do get it actually. Here we are doing something different. I guess I can do span slice. No field name span. Okay, I have to think about this stuff more. Let me check the CSS branch from now. does by any chance someone have an example on how to do concurrency in Zig with a callback-based approach? With a callback-based approach. I'll come back to that in a moment. In Java, you also have some huge Gradle, Maven, or Ant projects with God knows which dependencies, and then you get stuff like Log4j down the road. Oh yes, that's a good point. Okay, so I wasn't sure what you meant when you said that for you the Zig build, the Go build system was a plus, but I get it. It's like, in a sense, it's like the lack of a build system. The fact that build processes for Go are trivial. You don't have well, you can add custom stuff a little bit if you want to, but it's like it's not the main way. The main way is no build process or no build configuration. Just import packages from a URL and that's it. And maybe there's some weird directive in a comment somewhere, and that's where it ends. That's a great point. Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, man, Gradle, Maven, and all this stuff. Blah. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. It's an endless, like, pit of complexity and pain, and it never ends. And people, yeah, abuse this stuff, use it in shitty ways. Okay, so libxev is callback based. Okay, so Neurosite has an answer for you. Peace mice. As a more general point, the idea is that so if you're using something fancy like this, I think there might be also like a Go style implementation in Zig, like Zig Go. Go, oh, come on, made something like this. Like somebody implemented a bunch of oh, is it Zap? Is it his Zap? Last updated 2 years ago. Oh man, this is guaranteed not to work. So King has a ton of experiments that ultimately went nowhere. So there's probably some interesting stuff to learn, but not to use out of the box, I suspect. ZFI, Z-Fiber Library, inspired by Oats. Oh my god, these guys. Okay, so you can have like a runtime, a user-led implementation of what kinda is Go, roughly speaking. So Peace Mice, as a like baseline truth, you should, if you're doing concurrency, you have threads in Zig and you spin up threads, and if you want to them do stuff, maybe instead of sending callbacks, you maybe send instead tasks, and different tasks statically declare what it means to be processed. So like you create a struct called task, and then inside and then you have inside of it like a function to process it or something. Or, you know, if you really want to get fancy, you put a function pointer in there, and then you have the thread pick up the job from some kind of locked queue, concurrent queue, and then invoke the function pointer in there. Does Zig implement POSIX threads or also green threads? Only POSIX threads. Green threads are a runtimey thing. If you have something that implements green threads, it usually is something that is able to also move those threads around. For example, Go, like Go routines are green threads, and the Go runtime is able to move them around in memory when needed. And when it does that, it also knows how to adjust pointers. But it can only do that because in Go, the runtime has runtime type information, and it knows where all the pointers are and knows how to fix them. Zig doesn't have any of that machinery into the language, so obviously you can totally implement something like just like Go has been implemented to have that behavior from a simpler on the top of a simpler language, like on the top of C. That's what they used initially. Obviously, you can implement a solution like that also in Zig, but it wouldn't be embedded in the language. Zig used to have async await to have stackless coroutines, but it's not in the language anymore. It might return, it might not return. It's not guaranteed. So that like in terms of fancy concurrency primitives, this is what Zig was going for, but it's currently a little bit on hold. So if you're curious, you can check it out. But again, it's not present in the latest build of the compiler. Thank you for the $5 to the Zig Software Foundation. Okay, so our plan was to take a look at some CSS code, huh? CSS parsing code. Oh man, delicious. Look at this guy. Tokenizer and style sheet. Let's go. So green threads are concurrent, but not necessarily parallel. No, the point is not that. The point is, I mean, so a green thread means this. Okay, a system thread, a OS thread, means that you have, this is your memory. Well, you know what? Let's call it RAM. So on OS threads, you have an OS thread where, well, you have a stack 1, and then you have stack 2. And these guys also have another resource connected to them, which is a OS, like OS, let's call it SCAD, the scheduler. The OS scheduler also has data structures that point at these guys, and the OS scheduler schedules basically these threads and runs them, you know, a few at a time, occasionally stops them, etc. This is your situation with OS based threads. Green threads have the same exact stuff in memory, so they also have S1, S2, but then there's like the let's assume that this is Go. The Go scheduler that has the concept of a Go routine, and then you have the OS scheduler, and then it's up to Go to map these things to an OS thread, take it off, change things. So and the idea is that these things, like the resource of a OS thread is heavier than the resource of a green thread, and so you can have I don't know 10,000 Go routines, but you cannot have as easily 10,000 OS threads. But this part down here doesn't matter much. It's or rather, it matters to some degree, but not with the that doesn't matter in regards to what I was talking about. What I was talking about is that a green thread, exactly like OS threads, it's a stack. So these guys, whenever you call a function, the stack grows because it allocates a new frame for every function that you call, and whenever you return from a function, you know, it pulls back. But it grows, and occasionally it might grow to the point where it touches it like the space is there's no more space, and it starts touching the second thread stack. So what Go is able to do, and this is like a real problem, because you know, if you have 10,000 Go routines, you can chop your memory into 10,000 separate things, but at some point one will grow too much and it will need to be moved around. So what Go can do is stop execution of this Go routine, because this Go routine now wants more space to grow another frame, but it can't. Will stop everything, copy the bytes somewhere else in memory where there's more space. So this becomes S1, but S1 might have inside of it pointers to areas of local memory. So the Go runtime is able to detect all of these cases, and it it also knows how to fix them. Basically, it does, you know, plus 1,000 to every address, or whatever is, you know, this minus this. It adds this number so that all the pointers are fixed and they reference the new updated memory. So now, once everything is copied here, this area gets freed, and now this can grow one extra function frame. Well, and it couldn't before, and execution resumes. Go can do this, and I think that every single thing that has green threads either is able to do this, or it will have, I think, big problems when your stack grow, or rather, then you will not as easily be able to go up with huge numbers without this logic. Most green threads implementations don't actually need relocatable stacks. That's a Go thing. I mean, I wouldn't say that Go needs it, right? Go could totally say, well, oh, you ran out of memory. Well, fuck you. Stack Overflow. Goodbye. Panic. So I could totally do it. But you get extra mileage out of your memory, right? If you are able to relocate stacks. So I think that some of the numbers that Go can pull off in terms of like how many things that they can do is also based on that. 64-bit address space is really big after all. Sure. Yeah, but you don't get all of it anyway, right? I think that probably once you... So I suspect that if they went through all the pain of implementing relocatable stacks, I would expect that they have a practical reason to do so, and they didn't do that as an academic exercise. I think that you need to shave off some bits because are normally unused, and I think that then once you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have all that much. Still a ton, but then at the same time, you do have, in any case, like real Go executables, they really have tens of thousands of Go routine going around at the same time. In x86-64, you're limited to 54 bits. Addresses, the last bits must be copies of the last useful one. Why can't you just have a linked list of stacks? Because if you had something like this, your machine code would have to be dramatically more complicated. Like compilers would have to generate the machine code for a function in a dramatically different way, with a ton more machinery inside to account for that possibility. And that would also really probably have a big impact on performance. Having stacks, like all this annoyance about stacks working this way, you know, one growing too close to another one, etc. These problems are very annoying, but I suspect they are absolutely a worth trade-off, considering the simplicity and performance of having a linear chunk of memory over having a linked list of these things. That's a question, by the way, that I also ask myself, not in this context, but like, for example, why do most languages force strings to be a contiguous chunk of bytes? And why don't they have inherently, you know, chunked strings? And so that when you append to a string or something, you don't need to reallocate it, you can just add another chunk. And I think that once you think about it more, like, you realize that this is a very... This solution, I don't know, makes a trade-off that probably is really not worth it in a lot of cases. There's a lot of power in having, you know, contiguous bytes versus having to jump around. The kernel needs to be mapped to the active page table. It usually takes you only have to care about that it's a list of stacks when you change the stack pointer. But you also have to make sure that you don't overrun your stack when changing the stack pointer. All right. Let's take a look at our CSS parser and tokenizer. Yeah, reconsume. Oh, that's funny. Okay, Arnau, are you still here? Yeah, you should still be here. So here's a couple comments I have. By the way, this looks great. A couple comments that I have is, I think that for stuff like semicolon and comma, like even for these guys, that you know what a semicolon is, you should still return an index of it. So not necessarily a span, you don't need a span, you only need one index, but you should return an index of where it is, because that's kind of important. Yes, because you want to be able to locate them and point at them and reason about their position. So there's two different concepts. One concept is two different concepts that intertwine a little bit, but they're separate. So one is that, yes, you have something like an identifier, but an identifier can be different things, right? It can be foo, bar, whatever. And so you want to write down where it is in the source code so that you can then eventually exactly figure out what it is at some point. But for stuff like identifiers, obviously you don't need that, but you might need to know where they are. For example, to place the squiggly line. You might need to put the squiggly line where the colon is, for example, or stuff like that. Also for white space, honestly, for white space, I would avoid returning a token for white space. For white space, in my opinion, the best solution is to not return it. Now, I don't know exactly how this thing is organized, and it might make it easier or harder for you to do this. But I would avoid returning white space. White space is significant in some cases for the parser. That's fair. But you know, if that is the case, the parser can, for example, do, let's say that you need to make sure that there's a space before the colon. I don't think this is the case right now, but let's imagine that that's something you have to worry about. If you need to have white space, actually, let's say that you need to have it after the colon, right? Then what you can do is, sorry, let's do before the colon for simplicity. So if you need it before the colon, when you receive a colon in the parser, you look at the index where the colon is, and you do -1, and you look if what's at -1 is space. So when that is necessary, you can still go check in the original stuff on demand, in the original, byte slice. So it's not a big deal. I am very confident that all those cases can be solved that way. Also, because keep that in mind. Let's say that you leave the white space token. If you say that it is important for the parser, then you will be tempted to put a white space token somewhere in the AST, and that's a bad idea. That's a waste. That's absolutely a waste of memory, putting white space in the AST. So my point is that if it's important and you want to keep a white space token, then as you loop through tokens, you will look at your current AST node and you will want to look at the previous node, or somehow you will have to buffer, right, what the previous token was to do that. And that's white space should not go in the AST. Most definitely. If you're interested in how I treat white space, for example, when it's meaningful in the HTML parser, take a look at what I do with pre-tags. Actually, you know what? I'll show you right now. So in render, when we are rendering a when we're rendering an element, we print the element name, we print attributes if there are, and then let me see where I do the pre stuff. Equal in our case pre. Let me see. Where else is the pre stuff? Maybe I don't handle it here. Let me see what I do when constructing the AST. Tag, start tag, script, blah blah blah. True. Do we care about pre-tags in here? Actually, you know what? Let's just search for pre. Oh yeah, right. Pre is the level of pre's. Right. So when I check for pre, there we go. Oh, right. I forgot. I do it in this upper part. So here, for example, if pre is set to 0, so we are not inside of a pre context, then I take a look at the white space. I skip all the white space from the original thing, and I introduce my own white space to do my auto formatting. But when we are inside of a pre, as you can see, that's what I do here. I look at the last, where the previous element ends and where we start, and that gives me any potential white space or not. This is a 0 length slice if there is no white space. Otherwise, there's going to be the white space in there. And if we were inside of a pre, then I reprint it as it was verbatim. So you can do this kind of stuff. Like, the point is that, yes, you're an IST. Yes, you tend to think of source code as a sequence of tokens, but you're not forbidden from looking at the actual bytes, inspecting the actual bytes, and looking at token indices to point at where you might where there's interesting stuff for you, maybe white space. You can totally do it. You don't have to pump all the information through the token interface. You can totally bypass that when necessary. It's a great idea to do. Like, it's not a hack. It's just good practice. I promise. Nice. Looking forward to it, man. Thank you very much for working on this. About the general structure is good? Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what people are saying on YouTube. Let's see, opinions on Golang. I think Golang is taking my time at work, so I can't learn Zig. Oh no. Ropes, yeah. In every consum function, does assigning undefined to the variable do anything? In debug builds, it sets the variable. It does two things. In a debug build of the program, it will signal to Valgrind. If you're running the executable inside of Valgrind, it will signal Valgrind that that memory right now is dirty. And if a piece of code tries to branch on it, so it tries to reason about its content and makes a decision based on what's in there, Valgrind will report that as a mistake, as a bug. Second thing that it does, it sets those bytes to a 010101 pattern. So when you are using a debugger, undefined shows up as 01010101. So it makes it like slightly easier to detect when you're looking at undefined memory. in a non-debug build, it's a no-op. It does nothing. So it's good for debugging purposes, but it doesn't have a runtime cost for like a release. One True Blue. Hello. Hello. Bye CPN. Bye. Okay. I think we can continue our stuff. Is there a way to send the debug.print to stdout without using the IO instead of the debug writer in Zig? Oh, okay. Is there a way to send the debug print to stdout without using the IO instead of a debug writer in Zig? I understand the first half of your question, not as much the second half. So std debug print internally uses the std error handle. So it will print to std error. You cannot change this. You can do, you can redirect inputs and output like stdr and std out at the process level using, the 2 greater than %1, the kind of stuff in bash. But maybe that's not what you want. If you want to print to standard out, you have to do std.io.get stdout.writer. Period. And you will have to handle errors, or rather, you will have to decide what to do with errors in that case. You can check this out if you want more info. Okay, so man, let's change this up to N or Node. Okay. So this is fine. If node.type is .extend, then no template utter. The fuck is template utter? Oh, it's the template attribute. Okay, man, now I get it. So we want to do .value .question mark .slice, I think. No field remember function named slice. Oh, .span. Okay. Actually, does a template attribute have a... Yeah, it gives me a tokenizer attribute. Oh, wait, this is doing the whole thing. Oh, wait, this is doing the whole thing. Okay, so like this. There's no member span? Oh yeah, there's a name and a value. But we can make a span function. So we don't need to save the entire span. We can derive the span programmatically. That's also kind of fun. Okay, so we can give it a span function. It does say ID value though. So never mind, this is already a value. Okay. Super block ID value. Subentity temporary dot value question mark. HTML dot tokenizer dot attribute. Value dot question mark. Return element. So node doesn't exist anymore. Parent does exist. And then we have to say parent might or might not be there, which makes sense. Oh wait, actually, oof, parent. We don't really have parent. Oh fuck, we don't have parent in our node. Not this way, not like this. No. Not like this. Woof. Yeah, node does not have parent. Cursor has parent, but node does not have parent. It does have the parent index, but then to get from the parent index to the parent, we need access to the list of nodes. So this is kind of like an AST type of functionality, as in maybe the AST should do this. And that makes me actually think that some of the functions that I implemented in the cursor actually don't need to be in the freaking cursor. Like these functions, they take a cursor, but all they do is access nodes through the cursor and not change any state, except, oh, they do change depth. Fuck that. Oh, fuck. Well, but this could be c.depth plus equals 1. While c.parent. Oh god, I feel like I haven't implemented this really well. We do have an IDX, but we're not changing our IDX state ever. Oh no. Okay. Okay. So here's how it works. I think these functions actually don't belong here. They're actually AST functions. Okay, some of those might not belong here. I'll fix them as I go. Oh shit. Okay. So at index as to the AST gives us a node at the given index. Asking for a node. These seems to belong to the cursor for real. Parent of a given node. Next sibling. Last child, panic to do. Oh yes, let's do panic to do 100%. Oh, some of these are at, some others are AST.nodes. Oh god. Oh no, but I like at. At asserts at IDX. If IDX is zero, it returns null. Oh yeah, I like this. It's only parent that never does this. But parent should assert. Ooh, how do we assert? Oh, we assert on the tag. We assert that we were not already en route. That's good. Okay. I think that this makes more sense. Except this guy that clearly seems stateful. So cursor has node. So now cursor is an actual cursor. Has an IDX. Reset is it to do. Maybe we accept the AST, honestly. And we use the interface on the AST. Something along these lines. Let's see. So we don't accept these. Accept the AST. What's in the AST? There's a ton of stuff. Oh no, not really. Just nodes and errors. Yeah, that sounds good, honestly. But if we made it a pointer... Oh, it's fine. Okay, so reset node. Next, if there's a child, we're entering child wants a node. What's the node? Node is c.node. So given the current node, we want its child. Set the direction to in, increase the depth, return the child. Next sibling, c.node. Also, wait. With the system, we're still not updating our current index. God damn it. We need to update the index. So this is annoying. What editor are you using? I'm using Helix. So now our while condition needs to have also some side effects because we need to update our state as we do that. So well, maybe not. Wait, let's try. Well, we need to save end.parent, right? So hello, Cybercyclonic. Hello, hello. Maybe you could declare a little iterator struct in there. Well, this thing is already an iterator itself. I'm not going multiple iterators down for the sake of quote-unquote proper encapsulation. So I grab the parent. Yeah, I kind of actually, basically, my point is that I don't think I want a condition in here, right? I think I want to keep looping, and then I break. But I lose the else null. Oh, I like looping like this. Okay, let me think. Give me a second to like think on how to restructure this code. What I'm doing right now might be a bad idea. I mean, it is definitely a bad idea to make the while condition this complicated. But I want to try a few different combinations. So we want to grab the parent. The problem is that we don't have a side effect in here, right? We need a side effect to keep progressing. We're not progressing. Well, end.parent is different than root. The problem is that parent doesn't return an optional node. Maybe parent should return an optional node. Maybe instead of asserting that we never called parent on root, we just return null if the parent is root. No, it was actually in that same function. So we don't assert, and we say, okay, we make it optional, and we say if Okay, so this is as simple as that. So now our while loop can become this. While n.parent is not null, then n equals p. So we keep going up. C.depth minus equals 1. Uncle is going to be next sibling of, well, n, because we already assigned it. Oh, you know what? Then we don't need this assignment. And the next sibling of p, of parent, that gives us uncle. I guess we can do the bookkeeping here. No, the bookkeeping of this has to go here. But c.idx equals n.parent. No, that's actually not correct. It's not n.parent idx. Is p.next idx. Okay, this is, I believe, the correct bookkeeping. The problem is, I think we need to reassign n early. And here we need to assign n to... Actually, it doesn't matter, right? Let me think for a second. We need to update IDX. That's for sure. But here we update n, but we leave IDX untouched. So what happens if we keep doing this without updating IDX? I think that interrupting this thing halfway through is bad. Let me think about it for a moment. Okay, let's say that we keep doing up, 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 and we never are able to grab an uncle. At some point, this is going to be null, and we return null. But then we will not have saved the fact that we're supposed to be at null. Guess we can do this. Something like this. At already returns null, so oh, this is bad, right? Because node here is not returning an optional, but well, I guess we can assert. We basically can do dot question mark. We can assert that it's not null. Like the usage of node in that case is wrong. And here And here we guard it. We say, if we're already at 0, we kind of consider that our iteration is done. I'm having trouble building a string at comp time. The compiler doesn't like that I'm using a slice operator in an inline while. Yes, because an inline while is unrolled. Think of it as the body being copy-pasted once for each element. And a slice is, generally speaking, a runtime known operator. So in a sense, if your slice is fully comp time known, you wouldn't want to use an inline while anyway. You would want to use a normal while. All it's supposed to do is build a string out of math max int t. So my ASCII to int function can compare the input for a input max string block. So, well, by the way, thank you for your cheer. You know that you have comp time formatting available to you in the standard library? So you don't have to implement this solution yourself. stdfmt comp time print. Look, here's straight up an example based on trying to print numbers. So go enjoy stdfmt comp time print. It was there the whole time. Yeah. It happens to me a lot, by the way. That I don't realize that something is in the standard library, and I try to implement it myself. So I'm not entirely sold on the semantics here, but this seems good enough, I guess, for now. Probably full of bugs, but we'll see. Okay, so that's one error. That's the other error. Let's see, what is he saying? Super block. Return element is self.element.parent. Self is a node. Self is a node here. Oh wait, this is trying to go to its own parent? No. So basically now superblock needs to be given the HTML AST. That's basically what it needs to be given. Undeclared identifier HTML AST. Wait, no. Oh, HTML node. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, well, you know what? It doesn't need a new name, actually. That's fine. Okay, we don't have attributes. Ooh. Zig standard library is great. At university, I had to write a ring buffer for a quick last end messages log, and I ported the bits I needed from std ring buffer to C. Let's go. Nice. Glad you're enjoying this. Awesome. So not bad. Next is changing these attributes. Previously, we had a slice of attributes, but now we don't do that. Now we have an iterator, and we need to iterate over them. We don't keep a list around anymore. What the hell kind of language is that? And hello. Hello, Alik. The language is called Zig. It's a systems programming language that I'm using to build a static site generator and stuff. So check this out. I have a I have a language server that can give you diagnostics when you write bad HTML. Try getting that out of VS Code, for example. Well, I mean, using this language server, you can also get this in VS Code, but like vanilla VS Code, write wrong HTML. Try to close a tag that you never opened. It will not bat an eye. I'm working on this kind of stuff. And this is like a stepping stone to implement my own templating language. Well, it's already implemented, like to improve the implementation of my templating language, which is what I'm working on right now. I'm adapting previous code to use a new implementation of HTML parsing that I made, and it's pain. It's pain. There's a lot of things that used to work in a way before, and now it's different. Looks like a lightweight version of some C language. It's in the same space of C, so yes, it has pointers, it has manual memory management, it has all this stuff. I don't know if lightweight is how I would describe it, because in some ways it's more precise than C. Some things that in C are left a little bit not well specified, in Zig you tend to be more precise about. So in that sense, it's not lightweight. But there's a lot to gain by being more explicit and leaving fewer things implicit. What will your version offer that others don't? Or are you just doing this for education? No, I'm doing this for real, like seriously. Define what you mean by version. My version of what? Of a static site generator or of an LSP? Because if it's the LSP, let me tell you, there is no alternative. Like, go find an HTML language server that gives you diagnostics when you write wrong HTML. You won't find it. The only one, like I genuinely looked for it before embarking into this thing, and I couldn't find one. So ultimately, this is what I got. Can we refresh this page? Is there a way of refreshing this page? Is this a good refresh? Obviously this... Wait, can I close this and reopen it? Is there like a... Man, this is a web page, dude. Come on. You know that you can refresh it somehow. Restart extensions. Why have I restarted this extension? I don't know why I restarted this extension. Oh, you know what I can do? Here's what I can do. I can close it. Reopen it. You still haven't answered my question of what are you referring to? To the language server? So right now, this one made by me is the only HTML language server that I know of. I don't know of any other language server that does HTML. Technically, so if I disable this and I go into here, technically what you're seeing right now is the built-in language server for HTML that VS Code has. That's cheating. Wait, this is still my extension running. Come on. This is cheating. Let me close this. Let me reopen it. So this is the experience that you get out of the box. It literally does nothing. Well, it helps you with, you know, stuff like autocomplete. Do you want to install the recommended ESLint extension? Does ESLint also lint? Okay, let's install it. Does it lint also HTML? Isn't that for JavaScript? From Microsoft. Okay, am I getting HTML linting now from this guy? No. Then why did you want me to install this? Oh, because it saw like JavaScript files in here, I guess. I guess that's why. It was related to my workspace, not to my open file. So in any case, yeah, you get nothing. Yeah, let's update also VS Code. How long have you been working with templating? A while. Okay, so you were referring to the templating language. Check this out. Div .arst.arst. Okay. Check this out instead. Go to my extension. Enable it. Go here. Boom. Diagnostics. 20 years or more? No. 20 years is a lot. I've used a bunch of other templating languages and I don't like them. So let me show you. I made mine that kind of looks like this. Like this, I think it's a good example. Basically, instead of having curly brace templating languages, which break syntax highlighting, break code navigation, are not understood by editors or like the tooling and make it hard to express things. They even let you they even let you do stupid stuff, like for example like this. Like with the curly brace templating languages, you can break HTML syntax and produce wrong, malformed output for no good reason. Or rather, the good thing is that these languages are like, they work for things that aren't HTML, and that's great. They're very flexible. So in that sense, good job. But when you want to use them just to make HTML, then because of how they work, you can't get good diagnostics. Like once you start templating, for example, you have the weird curly brace templating logic on attribute names, then you're not gonna be able as easily to recognize this case, right? Where now here I have a duplicated attribute, duplicate attribute name. You won't be as easily able to recognize this because maybe these two things are actually in mutual exclusion in a weird chain of branches. So I think that ultimately this approach sucks and should not be used this much. Maybe occasionally it's fine, but as that being the main way, seems like a no problem to me, man. Okay, you do you. Keep writing this shit and enjoy. You know what I like? I like having diagnostics. I like things to tell me when you don't close your tags. You know what I don't like? I don't like when you output malformed stuff, then you have to open the browser, and the browser maybe is even recovering from your malformed HTML, and then you don't even realize right away that it's wrong. You have to dive into the source code because the DOM has actually recovered from your missing closing tag or stuff like that, or stuff like this. Stuff when you do this, H1. People also do this because it's normal. It sometimes you mistakenly forget this slash to close the tag, and the problem is that unfortunately this is even valid HTML. According to HTML, you're allowed to leave H1 unclosed and have it close implicitly when the parent tag closes. And so you will write this, and the browser will say, "Yep, that's valid HTML also to me." So actually, the browser doesn't even have to recover anything. In that case, the browser will show weird stuff for no reason. And the thing is, just like when doing software development, a compile error is better than a runtime crash. When you're writing HTML, having the build tool tell you, or like even better, the editor itself tell you that you wrote something bad is way better than having to run the entire build and then go looking at the output if it looks correct or not. So that's what I like. If that looks like a no problem to me, don't download this extension, keep handwriting wrong HTML, and have fun. So this is what I'm working on. The one case that always breaks for me is when the tag name is a variable. Like if you want the h1, h2, h3, etc. to be configurable. Yeah, but it's just HTML. Most of us don't generate HTML in this primitive way that you do. So how do you generate HTML? React? What JavaScript framework is the enlightened way in which you generate HTML? Let's hear it. So how does the templating part work? It works like this. Basically, you put attributes in the HTML that have semantic meaning for the templating language, and those, when processed, well, the attribute gets removed, so it doesn't survive the final output, and then the body of a div change, like it gets toggled on and off depending on what this evaluates to, or like for example, if it's a loop, the body gets copied multiple times. That's how it works. By the way, you might consider this primitive. Fine, or rather, let me find this. To do just HTML. Most of us don't generate HTML in this primitive way. Again, tell me how you generate HTML. By the way, in the meantime, let me show you this. So I don't know what that we is, but let me tell you that if you look outside, here's what you will find. Hugo, used by a ton of people. We go to docs, introduction to templating. Guess what they do? They have the curly brace stuff. Zola, another stack generator. This one is written in Rust. Docs, templates, overview. Guess what they do? Curly brace shit. Okay, let's change. Jekyll. A bunch of people use Jekyll. Let's see what the templating looks like. I'm so curious. I so wonder what they will do. Oh, look. Curly brace shit. Okay, enough static generators. So let's look at the web framework. Django. Not the REST framework. Why did they autocomplete the REST framework? Just normal Django. Let's look at Django. I wonder what Django templates look like. Oh, wait. Are you serious? Is this curly braces? It's still fucking curly braces. Go templates. The Go Standard Library templating thing. Again, fucking curly braced. Why are these bad? I don't know. I feel like I already answered that question. I'm not going to go over it again. So a lot of people are using curly brace stuff to generate templates, and it's suboptimal. It's a macro system. Like ultimately, these templating languages, the way they work is that they are not HTML aware at all, and they treat whatever they are templating as text that gets, cut and stitched together. And that's fine to some degree, but just like all other macro systems, where they treat something that has semantic structure as just plain text that you can cut and paste, you get a ton of flexibility, but at the same time, you will very easily get yourself into situations where you produce malformed stuff. Long story short. Do you have unit tests for this? Yeah, you can go to zin-ssg.io, find a link to the repository, look at the source code, you will find some unit tests in there. What's the way to set inner content? Some attribute or a mustache tag? It's kind of like this. I'm not sure I want to keep the var name, but basically you can refer to your front matter and some other things. So the idea is that you have $page, like you have this global context that has like dollar prefixed names. So you have $page, $site, $assets, for example, and from there you can drill down in this tiny expression language. This tiny language that has that likes to build these tiny expressions is called scripty. And so you do the obvious thing, like you do $page dot layout or whatever, and and var means output that in the body. Laravel is good for me because it's all connected by the MVC architecture of the web application, so I don't have to connect the React frontend and Node backend through a sometimes complex API. Well, that's you know, the modern conundrum of web development. The push and pull from MVC to a chunky frontend plus APIs back and forth. You know, this used to be all the rage, but then React or, you know, whatever SPA style frontend framework plus REST or GraphQL APIs became more in vogue. And now I think things are being pulled back towards, like, you know, the pendulum. The pendulum swings back towards this with stuff like HTMX. It's the beautiful circle of JavaScript life, or web dev life. For historic reasons, could you look up XSLT? Are those the schema things for XML? What about them? Yeah, I don't know. Style sheet language for XML. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm going back. What if I want div some text here, span div? Where should the var attribute get? Well, the idea is that you have to isolate. With a tag the templated content. So if you want to put text, let's assume that some text here is hard coded in template, and the ... part is the stuff that changes. You would do span var equals, you know, page.title, for example. You would put it here. So you always have to separate these things, but you can always do that in HTML. Like you are never in a situation where doing this doesn't work. You might have situations where for convenience you don't want to do it or whatever, but like in terms of layout, like how can I say, you can always add an extra span or an extra tag that only acts as like invisible container, and it's still gonna work out correctly. Also, if that turns out to not be true, I have a plan for it, because, for example, loops by design look like this. You loop in the container element, and then you copy paste the body of the container element, and that's how looping works by design. But sometimes you need to copy paste an element multiple times, and so there's inline loop. So I'm not going to implement it right away, but if it really becomes a necessity, I can implement inline var, where the idea is that the entire tag disappears and gets replaced with just the plain text of the original thing. I really don't want to do it unless I feel like there's going to be a strong reason to do that. But yeah. Have you thought of adding a custom tag that only renders the text inside without the tag? Oh yeah, that's kind of what I just described. So I don't want to do it because I feel like it's unnecessary and potentially makes things harder to make sense of. But something like this could be done, yes. The way I was thinking of doing it is like just I guess, yeah, probably if it's a tag that disappears, it would be better for it to be a special tag. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I could do something like that. It's really not something that I worry that people would abuse it. So we'll see. We'll see if we ever get to a point where that really becomes a necessity. I do think that most of the time, and actually every time, you don't need to, but you know, that's gonna be part of the iteration of designs. So this is what I'm doing with my templating language. Again, maybe not for everybody. Maybe some people out there are auto-magically generating perfect HTML through some futuristic way that I'm not aware of. But for the rest of us, this might be a tiny improvement. Okay, so what's the problem? The problem here is super block member function expected one argument found 0. Right, we're having right now trouble because our functions think that they can chase pointers to move around. But then that's not true anymore. Now we need to keep around extra context to navigate our HTML AST. Hey, Toralicious, hello. So I think I need a short inverse tea break, and then we can continue. I should probably, you know what? So the complaints are here, but I should probably chase control flow starting from our main function, the one that builds stuff from init. And from here, take a look at that everything looks correct and start wiring down the extra context that we need, because we really need some extra context that we didn't have before. As an example, I'm starting to even think that maybe we shouldn't be instantiating any HTML AST. And what I'm thinking is that instead we should be given one. We should accept an HTML AST. And who gives it to us deals with errors. Although the fact that they deal with errors tempts me into thinking that maybe we should just accept then the list of nodes, but the list of nodes doesn't have all the cool functions, like the cool navigation functions. So, it kind of sucks. Although maybe those nodes could be promoted. There are solutions. Okay, there are solutions. In any case, yeah, so give me a sec. I'll be right back. By the way, if in the meantime, somebody else, I don't know, if you check out some of the stuff that I'm doing with the static site generator and you have comments and you have, I don't know, you like it, you don't like it, whatever, feel free to comment and let me know. I'm happy to chat about it. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hello, Fubar Quicks. Hello, hello. This song is so weird. What are they doing? So the problem is we need to keep around also the HTML tree. I feel like var should be text for escape and HTML for raw content. You're probably right. I think that's, yeah, a good advice. Even like it shouldn't be var. It should probably, at the very least, it should be like something like out. But then I feel that your point of text versus HTML is pretty good. Yes. So yeah. By the way, that's a thing that is kind of important, right, for a system like this. But I haven't gotten to the point of really designing it because there's a lot of logic that is still not fully implemented. Like, for example, if you nest for loops, you can't access the outer looping iteration variable yet because it gets shadowed. So I have a solution for it. It's just not implemented. The problem is that I started by using Triciter as the HTML parsing library, and whenever you had malformed input, it would go out of whack. It would not basically be really good at giving you diagnostics. So I basically went on a journey to implement other stuff, and I left the templating language there for a while now, and now I'm circling back and improving the previous, POC implementation and making it much better. Yeah, big yak shave. Oh, Jesus. We went through, by the way, a lot of yak shaves. We went through this yak shave. For the front matter language, I didn't want YAML. I don't want JSON. And so I said, you know what? I'm making my own template, my own data language. There's some arguments, like, okay, it's not just, you might decide if you like it or not, but it's not just, like, there are some interesting design ideas here. I hope so. I also implemented tooling for it, like for auto-formatting. Query is not implemented yet. Check, there's a schema language. You can check against the schema language. Conversion, although not all the formats are implemented yet. But there's an LSP. The LSP exists, works for real. What do you use for the embedded expression language parsing? I used Scripty. So Scripty doesn't have a dedicated website yet, but it's a separate language. So I developed both of them at the same time. So since the beginning, I wanted okay, you know what? Let me start from the beginning. If you look at something like, for example, Go Hugo, and you look at their templating language, it might not be immediately obvious, but the reality is that you always have like two languages kinda in here. One is something that implements for loops and ifs and like the ability to define a context. And another one is the language that allows you to build expressions. In the case of a language like this, the two things are kind of melded together and there's no maybe clear separation between the two. So you don't tend to think of those as two separate languages. But in my case, this, in my opinion, always present separation is made much more clear, to the point that I do consider these two different languages. The outside is super HTML. The inside of a string is Scripty. Scripty is an expression language. Scripty doesn't have for loops, for example. It doesn't have if statements. It doesn't have statements at all. It only has expressions, basically. And in fact, the templating language manages what an if is. It evaluates this Scripty expression, expects it to evaluate either true or false, and then does the branching logic. So that's how the two things are separated. Scripty is here. Scripty, I don't think it has a dedicated repo. Oh no, it does have a repo now, I think. No results found. Now I bet you that if I go home instead, and I go here and I say scripty, now it finds it. Fucking GitHub, man. Okay, so as you can see, it's not yet doesn't even have a README, but it's implemented. So there's a tokenizer, there's an interpreter. Let's see some test cases. These are simple. Well, so yeah, something like page title len, and let me see if we have anything better somewhere. Oh, this is the tokenizer. It's boring. Let's see the parser. Yeah, parser also has basic unit tests, nothing particularly interesting. In any case, scripty is basically... What's nice also about scripty is that it expects the context and what the built-ins are to be defined outside. So scripty doesn't assume that there's a dollar page. Dollar page is, in fact, the fact that you have a page, site, etc. That's actually defined in the context of my templating language. So in Zine depends on scripty. You use prod parsing. I don't know what prod parsing is. We can take a look in a moment, and you tell me if it's prod parsing or not. But Zine, the static site generator, defines that the main context is I guess we'll get there. I think I skipped over it by mistake. Yeah, it's this. Basically, a template has $site, $page. Oh yeah, there's I18N. I implemented internationalization a while ago. I forgot. And then you have also loop and if, which are the looping and the branching variable. Well, if when you're not exactly branching on a Boolean, but when you're branching on an optional. And these things are only present when you're inside of a loop or inside of an if. In any case, you basically outside define what are the variables that are going to be accessible through scripty, the built-in functions. So for example, here I implement word count. And so you can use scripty to implement also wildly different things. They all have to be basically just one expression with navigation, dot navigation, and dot method calls. So it's like a fairly simplistic language at its core, but it's very plug and play, which I think it's nice. So for example, I mentioned that for where is it? I mentioned that for Ziggy, I want to have querying. It's not implemented yet, but guess which language I'm going to use for implementing querying, right? So, you know, this would be kind of like JQ basically. So it will allow you to do, you know, like foo.bar square bracket 0. And yeah. Fancy term for parsing expressions using a maximum precedence of each operator as its precedence number. There is a MathClad tutorial for it. Is that the MathClad post about resilient parsers, or is it a different one? I think it's a different one. In any case, for something like scripty, it's so stupid. I don't know if the current implementation of scripty is going to be the final one. Like, it works well enough for now. I don't know how, you know, definitive to consider it. Probably I will. I wrote this a while ago now. Let me see. When did I? Okay, this was last committed 3 weeks ago. But let's look at the history. Like I've made. Oh, you know why? Yeah, it's because 3 weeks ago I moved it to this new repository. But this stuff has been here for a while now, so I've gained a ton of experience in the meantime, and I might want to change things. But yeah, same guy. But I was referring if it was the same exact blog post or not. So how does it work? I don't know. This is just like a stateless tokenizer. So state gets reset every loop. Grab identifiers and company. I think what's interesting about this is that I think we also... Yeah, no, it's very boring. $sign, identifier, dot identifier, dot identifier, parent. Okay, so tokenizer, nothing particularly interesting about it. As for the parser, let's see, what do we do? Pass segments. We switch south without state. Our state can be either we're at the start, So at the start, we expect to start with a $sign. A scripty expression always starts with a $sign. Like your expression is meant to navigate and manipulate the global context. You're not meant to manipulate like starting from a literal, for example, of something. So you always start from the global context. So we expect a $sign, and then we expect an identifier. This is like for pathing inside things, foo.bar. something else. Left parent implies a function call. We keep somewhere track of how many left parents we have, maybe. Right parent, comma, if we are inside a function called context, I think you can use commas, for function arguments, otherwise you can't. So that's kind of how it looks like. So let's see. Page has a page title slice 04, b.foo.not becomes, let's see, a path. That should be this. Then a function call. There should be, I think it's this. Then a path. No, sorry, then a string. This is string. Then a path. Then a call. Oh, sorry. Path stops here. Then a call. Number, apply. Right parenthesis is an apply. So this basically collects these guys plus the path before. And it's a stack machine. So basically we push these things into the stack machine as we analyze it. Then we find an apply that pops a bunch of things from the stack machine, replaces those with the evaluated result. And so this turns into the evaluated result. Then we have another string, another apply. This does this. This does this then. And, well, etc., etc. You get the idea. I don't know about your link policy. Don't worry, you can post links. It's not a problem. Simple but powerful parsing. Okay, yeah, it's a different blog post. So, I don't know. That's how I'm doing it. I'm not really knowledgeable, honestly, of different parsing methodologies and stuff. But, Scripty is so fucking simple that... it's just expressions. Like, if you think about it, from a practical perspective, there's a problem where people write complicated stuff in templates, and you open a template and it's unreadable. You have no idea what's going on, and so you try to hack together an improvement, but then you don't do it in a good way because you maybe doing it correctly would require rethinking some things. You don't want to do it, so you just pile more crap on top. And so my point is that I want to keep Scripty very limited precisely because of this. Like, you can just write these things. Sure, writing this thing can get unwieldy. That's fair. But that's why it's not implemented yet. But since Zine is a static site generator, it's not one executable, but it's a build script. It's a build pipeline for the Zig compiler. So when you the way you build your website, you call Zig build, and Zig build will download a bunch of tools, all the Zine tools, like the Markdown to HTML converter, syntax highlighter, which right now it's part of the Markdown converter, but it could become a separate component. The templating system, and maybe a bunch of other tools, compiles them only once, the first time. After that, they are going to be cached. And then it finds all your Markdown files or your templates and boom, builds your website. So what I'm thinking of doing, this is already planned, it's just not implemented yet, is to add $script. And in $script, you can define Zig functions that, implement the correct interface. And inside of them, you have Zig. You can do whatever the fuck you want at that point. Well, there's going to be some rules about, side effects, network access and whatnot, as in things that you should or shouldn't do. And if we really want to, make those things safe, then we could even compile them to WebAssembly before running them so we can make sure that people don't do things that they shouldn't be doing. But long story short, like if at some point you need some really complicated logic, just opt into the full programming language, and then you access that routine as $scripts dot, my Fibonacci or whatever. Can you break? Can you put a new line inside your expressions? I feel like it's the point at which embedded expressions are doing more harm than good. No, right now you can't. I think that right now even a space is a compile error for Scripty. So no, they're really designed to be one-liners. And as I just said, if you really need to go past the one-liner, then you have the full power escape hatch. Have you heard about this one time leaf? I don't think so. Oh, I see. Nice. Yeah, it's totally my same approach. Although I don't understand what this $curly brace stuff is doing. Prod colon. The syntax is not just expressions in the simplest sense of the term. There's a slightly more whimsical syntax here. But yeah, it seems very close. I've also seen other examples of this. Like in the wild, you can find more. Like I haven't invented templating through attributes. So this is one. I think, well, if we want to talk about more mainstream stuff, not exactly the same thing, but also HTMX, uses attributes to implement templating, except that in their case, it's like runtime templating. Anyway. Okay, so let's see. I think that we should write down the HTML AST. Like this. Right. Okay, so by having these always at our disposal in there, then all these things should become much easier. Yeah, so here, super block. Can we get stuff.ast? I guess it's no, sorry, it's ast.html. Are we not called AST? Oh fuck, we're a node. Who calls debug internal? Self.debug internal. Okay, so we have, wait, oh, self is node though. Fuck. Man, it's so annoying. So instead of source, we give it the AST, I guess. Well, that did not solve much. Does Zeke have anything comparable to Golang runes Unicode characters in addition to chars or U8? It doesn't really have chars, it has bytes. There's a C_char type for C interoperability. It has to exist. You would think that, wait, what do you mean? Aren't chars bytes and aren't bytes chars? Well, not exactly, unfortunately. But it's like for cursed C interoperability, which also I believe is mainly a Windows thing. It's not even relevant on Linux. That said, yes, you want runes, huh? You can have runes. Check out std.unicode. So std.unicode has a bunch of UTF-8 and UTF-16, iterators and processors and stuff. And every time you see something accepting or returning a U21 is a rune. Or more precisely, it's because rune, it's such a shitty name. I'm sorry, with all due respect to Go, but like rune means nothing. What runes are in Go and what a U21 is a Unicode code point. That's exactly what they are. So, yeah, it's a type. But I guess my point is not really in the type alias itself. It's like the terminology. The point is that I feel like runes add no value to the discussion. It's like there's nothing to gain in referring to Unicode code points as runes. Keep in mind that those are code points, not exactly characters. And I'm not saying this to be nitpicky because I'm sure you heard this one already, but I'll explain more precisely now. So this Unicode code points, rune is like old name for character in your alphabet. But here's the point. That's not a character in any alphabet. Like a Unicode code point is not a character in any alphabet. A Unicode code point, or rather, it's an entry in the Unicode alphabet, but it's not really a character because you have things that are made up of multiple Unicode code points. So it's a grapheme cluster that really gives you a better unit of iteration. So like a Unicode code point is like a weird intermediate thing that occasionally can be useful, but not always. So or I would say not often even. So you can have this in Zig from the standard library, and if you want, but this only gives you like basically from bytes, UTF-8 bytes or UTF-16 bytes to rune or Unicode code point. But what that Unicode code point means, like, is it white space? Is it not white space? Is it uppercase or lowercase? Is it punctuation? All these questions the Zig standard library doesn't answer. If you want all that fancy stuff, then you need ZG. ZG is it used to be Zig string, Zigleaf, but then it got re-implemented. Like this is a new implementation of Zigleaf, basically, and this literally implements functions that give you access to all that Unicode metadata. So you pass in, it allows you to take a code point and like answer the question like, is it diacritic? Is it an X digit? Is it this? Is it that? Give me this Unicode string and make it uppercase, etc. So this library offers you all this extra stuff. By the way, why is it not in the Zig standard library? Because Unicode is a moving standard. So, if you want the latest and hottest emojis, etc., you need to update this whenever the Unicode standard updates. So, also this thing has like a weight, as in it costs a chunk of memory to keep this stuff around in your program. So you want it when you need it, etc. I can't believe it, a person on Twitch that knows what they're talking about. Yeah, well, I don't really do entertainment. The downside of people like me is that I don't wake up in the morning and think on how to make the stream more entertaining to people and, just prepare all my hot takes for content. I'm just working on my projects. So the streams can be more tedious. Like if you want, high octane entertainment, watch the Primagen. If you want Unicode ramblings on Unicode, come here. By the way, this chat client that you're seeing here, I implemented it. It's a TUI chat client, and I've implemented text line breaks all the math to do decide when to move a word to a new line or not. And to implement that correctly, I need to know exactly how big things are. I need to know exactly when you know, a bunch of emojis with zero width joiners combine into one space man emoji, like astronaut emoji or whatnot. Otherwise, my math will go out of whack. So I had to implement all this stuff correctly, like to the point where I actually understood what was going on. I'm programming in C. Is it normal having trouble with strings? Hello, Louis. That's cool, actually, because they update Unicode at least once a year these days, I feel. Yeah, they totally do. I don't know what the exact cadence is, but yes, there are really situations where you really just want to get access to new Unicode on a different cadence than what the language does. And like, on one hand, you could argue that it would be nice, you know, to have it bundled in the language for convenience and standardization, but really, it really doesn't have to be there. There's really nothing to gain by having this stuff embedded in the language. And keep in mind, in the standard library. And also, the language itself doesn't need that stuff. Unless you make a language that, for example, allows you to use emojis as variable names and then does, I don't know, weird stuff. Like, I would say that it's a bad idea to make your programming language too Unicode aware, because there's a lot of overhead in doing full Unicode, and in practice, you don't really need it. Like, you just write simple ASCII shit most of the time. Even if you're not a native English speaker, like I'm not myself either, but like, I wouldn't put weird accented characters in there. Maybe I could buy the argument that if you're somebody who just uses a completely different alphabet, you might be more tempted to use your own alphabet instead of the Roman alphabet. Fair, I guess. But at the same time, I feel like if you're doing this stuff professionally, you gotta learn English, there, at least to some degree, at least the alphabet. Like, you just can't escape from it. It's like, I don't know, it's Renaissance. And you want to do music, you gotta learn some Italian, my friend, because every piece of music shit that you will find around will have, you know, fortissimo, and all the vibrato and all the other Italian words that were in vogue at the time to use when writing music. So it's like it's part of the game, my friend. So you know how the pain of how many code points equals how many glyphs to display? For documentation in the code, it might be nice for non-English speakers. Well, but the language doesn't have to be aware of that at all. Like, you can put Japanese comments in a Zig source file. And the language is not gonna complain. Like, you can totally put Japanese text inside of a string, and the language is not gonna complain at all. So, like, yeah, you can do that today, and it works. Can you do identifiers with Unicode in Zig? Like this. So Zig has basically a general purpose escape hatch for when you want to create identifiers that break normal identifying rules. Hey Karitam, was scrolling Twitter and saw you were live. Let's go. Thank you. Wait. Oh, you know what? So I forgot to open Twitter chat this time. So I'm also streaming on Twitter. I don't know if you saw my normal tweet or if Twitter told you that I was live. But okay, so wait, is this? No, this is a recorded video. Are you on YouTube as well? Yes, I am. If you prefer YouTube, you can totally find me on YouTube. The channel is called Zig Showtime, so if you search for Zig Showtime, you will find me live there. And I also do read chat from YouTube. I haven't been reading chat from Twitter because, well, today I actually forgot. I I forgot, and I don't even know where to go find that stuff. Man, Twitter is so bad. Where did they even put this thing? Oh, here. Okay, I found it. I found my broadcast. And chat is stuck on loading, so... Yeah, you know what? Whatever. If anybody is watching on Twitter, just join Twitch or YouTube. That's fine. Let's see. Good to catch another stream. Hey, Foxney! Hello! Oh, man. How's it going? How's the game going? How's Pixie going? So, Foxney came on Zig Showtime a while ago to talk about Pixie. By the way, this is my live stream. Thank you, YouTube, for recommending it to me. Yeah, a cross-platform pixel art and animation editor. Really good. So, and then, if I remember correctly, on Mac Engine in a recent devlog? In a devlog. I don't remember how recent, though. Might be really recent. No, it's not this one. I think it might be this one. I don't remember which release notes announced this, but basically Foxney and Steven are working on a game using Mac Engine. So Mac Engine is a framework for Zig to make, well, games, or you know what, to open a window with a drawing context. And then from there, you can make a game, you can make a normal application. And in fact, for example, Foxney actually uses Mac Engine to draw a sprite editor. So you decide how much of a game you want to consider this application. But, you know, the most interesting the most fancy thing that you can do with a tool like this is games, of course. And so Mac Engine also offers this. And so they're building a bunch of technology. Just like I'm building Zine, they're doing the same with a game engine. Zine is a little bit more simple than what they're doing, though. In any case, I'm also using Zine for my new blog. Let's go! Hoping to contribute. Nice. So, Caritam, there's a ton of improvements getting into Zine soon-ish. I have been busy for a while now working on a HTML parser because the version of Zine that you are using uses 3-seater for parsing HTML, and whenever you write something wrong, errors become stupid and misleading very quickly. I did try my best. So, okay, I did try my best to come up with good errors. Some were still left as to-dos. So maybe you encountered a to-do, explain to the user that this happened. That's on me. I haven't implemented that. But sometimes you miss a quote and like the thing goes out of whack and doesn't understand anything anymore. I'm fixing this because I'm kicking out 3-seater and I've implemented my own HTML parser. And in fact, I even released a HTML language server. Like what you're seeing right now, all these diagnostics, it's my language server that complains about wrong HTML. And it's great. So now I'm currently in the process of, removing 3-seater and replacing my HTML parser. It's a ton of refactoring work because a lot of assumptions have changed in the meantime, like between the two implementations. And so once I'm done with this, then we'll be in a pretty good shape. Maybe, things will not be perfect right out of the box. There will be some design work on errors that I will probably need to restart, as in like, okay, sit down and start thinking about how things could go wrong and how to properly report that to the user, but things will improve. The thing is, like, basically, there's a lot of development that happened that hasn't yielded incremental improvements into Zine yet, but we're getting there. They're impossible to parse and read. Some are awesome. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, we're getting there, man. Bit by bit, we're getting there. And by the way, if you're interested in the HTML LSP, which you can already use today, so this is the repo. This is the repo. And if you use VS Code, you can also find the extension on VS Code. The only warning that I have is that I also learned more things about valid HTML, and I discovered, for example, I had no idea, but I discovered that self-closing tags don't exist in HTML. They're actually an error, and so right now this LSP will complain about your Zine templates because they require you to put a self-closing thing, but time to Nixos it up. By the way, if you want to submit some NixOS packaging thing, please send it to me. Yeah, XHTML rip bozo. Like, XHTML seems a good idea, but it's HTML5 that won. P is self-closing. No, when I mean by self-closing, I mean something like this. I mean this type of stuff. Maybe this rings a bell. This is actually an error. You cannot have this. Or like you try to do div. For example, if you try to do div slash, which in XML and XHTML, it's a shorthand for div. This doesn't exist in HTML. Actually, browsers are instructed to ignore the trailing slash if it exists. So if you write div with nothing else, with a slash, it gets read as this. So unfortunately, the current LSP will complain. I guess my point is, maybe it can be useful for you. For Zine, we're in this weird state where I still like. Give me a sec. Give me a few days so that I can wear everything back in and yeah, and then the situation should gradually improve. But if you want to send me a like Nixos, like a Nixos Flake config thing, please do. Totally welcome. Keep only in mind that Super HTML targets Zig version 0.13. Look, I'm sticking with the latest tagged version of Zig. XHTML wasn't that great of an idea. I'm okay with the non-self-closing tags at the end of the day, but it does make parsing more complex. You know, I would argue that it's in hindsight, it's a bad design decision because now you have custom components, right? So you can make a fancy button, and maybe you want your fancy button to not really have a body, and so you would like to self-close it because there's nothing relevant that you want to put inside your fancy button, and now you can't. The syntax doesn't work, and that seems to me like a bad idea. There's a lot of automatically... Okay, let me see what you mean by automatically closing. You mean that can be closed implicitly? Oh yeah, you mean these things. Okay, I can tell you what... Okay, this is not self-closing. Okay, that you can close implicitly. So I'll tell you what the policy is in my language server. You know what? We can even copy this, so you can check it out right away. So let's do this in VS Code. So here's my policy. That's my policy. I do not give a fuck. I purposely break away from the HTML standard whenever following it would hide probable mistakes. Another consequence of allowing this is that you might type this. H1, you forget to close the second H1, and that would be valid HTML because it would be like another case of this. You see how this li mo li is two li elements? This would be a H1 element and then another H1 element with maybe nothing inside, depending on the context. So this is obviously, if you're typing HTML, this is obviously a missing / typo. So I don't accept any of those. By the way, just in case you're interested, check this out. Oh, by the way, do you remember duplicated attribute errors in Zin? I don't know if you ever encountered them, but yeah, Zin tells you about duplicated attributes. Now I'm able to have these in the browser, sorry, in the editor. So we can have diagnostics earlier. But check this out. Put a space between the last attribute and the closing diamond, and when you save, assuming you have auto formatting on save enabled, boom, they get split vertically. Don't want it anymore? Oops. Save it back. Save. And did I break something? Oh my god. Okay, are we good? We're good. Okay. Save it and it goes back. Oh no. I'm introducing a bunch of bugs in this thing as I keep touching it. Okay, there's some things I need to fix. But you get the idea. Another thing that you can do is... why are you complaining, my friend? Can I restart the LSP? SIG language server. Restart server. Oh, there is no restart of super? Interesting. Oh shit, I closed the wrong thing. Man, I keep closing the wrong thing. Okay. Let's resume the music. Whoops. Let's see. Okay, so this is good. Check out this also. Remove space. Okay, I borked it. Okay, as I'm touching things, I borked it. But basically I have also auto formatting. Like if you look at the repository, I haven't committed by the way my latest changes, so hopefully I haven't borked too many things. Yeah, demo classics. But I also have auto formatting. I should stop bringing stuff that I'm programming. It's never a good idea. Let's see. Google site guides are to use them as much as possible to know if people actually follow that through. That though, that's on them. Like if they've Google suggests that shit because if you remember, they were trying to sell what was called AMP, right? Accelerated shitty pages, and then the whole idea collapsed because it was garbage right off the bat. It was clearly a power move to control more of the web, in my opinion. Like it was so bad technically, like for no reason. It was like the wrong solution at every level. So I think that this is a side effect of what they were doing there. In any case, if people use that, that's fair. That's on them. They're not gonna be able to use my thing. Hey, it's fine. So an element either has only ever allowed to be a unit and refuses a closing tag, or a tag or tag is always required. So in HTML5, you have void tags, and a void tag is a tag that doesn't have any body, and so it doesn't have any closing tag. So it only opens. And like, how can I say? For example, well, okay, let's talk about like practical examples. Meta, or link, or BR. These are tags that don't have a body. Like /meta, /link, /br don't exist. And it's a hard-coded list. HTML defines a hard-coded list of which tags are like this. It's these guys. No. It's... no, wait, they're actually in the tokenizer for real. It's these guys. Area, base, BR, call, embed, HR, EMG, input, link, meta, source, track, WBR. These are the all and only void tags. Everything else needs to be closed explicitly. doing // means nothing. Doing / gets interpreted by browsers as this. It's just faux. Like the browser instructs, like the HTML spec specifies that browsers are required to ignore the trailing slash. It's an error. It's an error. Formally, it's an error of like you've written wrong HTML, and browsers are basically told it's an error in HTML, and the recovery strategy. You know how browsers always render HTML no matter what, and the recovery strategy is to ignore the trailing slash. That's it. This is the state of HTML5. If you're instead of writing XML or XHTML, then yes, / is this, but not in normal HTML. I guess this is what you would call a disgraceful failure. I don't know. I think that it's a choice that you can make. My only complaint is that, again, now that you have HTML components, you have to do this. You can't do this, which in my opinion sucks. Yeah, in any case, there's something, there's one off by one error somewhere. There's something out of whack that we need to fix. Okay, perhaps your strict subset of HTML could be called super ML. Well, no, I want to keep the name super HTML for templates. So I want super .shtml files to also have syntax highlighting for scripty attributes, and also have extra checks that keep track of, that understand the semantic meaning of my templating, the attributes in my templating language. For example, let me give a good example of this. When opening a normal HTML file, so you open a normal HTML file, having this li have an ID attribute is fine. But opening this as a template where this, this has semantic meaning now, this looping, if you have a loop where a element in its body has an ID value, that should be a build error, because this thing will be copy pasted multiple times, and so you will give the same ID to multiple elements, which is wrong HTML. So I basically want .shtml files to also have these extra checks on run on them. So sorry, that's if we talk about like specifically how the tooling should look at what my tool offers. What about parameterized IDs? That is a good question. That becomes much more complicated. Yeah. I guess if it's parameterized, we could allow it and not check it. We could allow it and then check the rendered outputs for compliance. We could also do that. It becomes more complicated though. I guess the start point would be, if you have a parameterized ID, we just allow it, period. Or I guess it's 3 levels. Parameterized ID, we allow it. Second level, parameterized ID, we allow it if the expression depends on the loop argument, on the loop iteration argument. The third level would be, we also check the output to guarantee that these things don't collide. I don't know. We'll see. Plans for the future. We're not there yet. Hey, Proti. When worlds collide. King, since you're here, somebody earlier was asking about Go-style concurrency in Zig. I remember that at some point, somebody, who I thought was you, implemented a userland Go runtime-ish kind of thing. Do you remember where it is, what it was? Was it really you? Was it not you? I think I kind of snooped around your GitHub profile, but couldn't find it. Zap Zigo. Yeah, I remember it was Zigo, but I couldn't find, like, I searched for Zigo. You don't have a Zigo repository on your... Is Zap like a... It's not an organization, is it? Do you have a link by any chance? Also, does it work at all nowadays? I guess that's another non-trivial question in the Zig ecosystem. Will Super HTML be able to replace tidy for langref checking? I think so. Maybe. Yeah, because you run it on the output, right? So yeah, of course not. Okay, cool. Oh wait, so Zigo, it's like it's just a random file inside of Zap. Okay, I get it. Thank you. So it's an experiment. It's not something that people can like randomly start using. Okay, let's try to do something useful. No, let's not look at the bug internal. Let's keep going down the init function. So where the init function, we make the AST, we place it under .html in our AST data structure. Okay, I think I'm now ready to understand what's going on here. So the problem is that we're calling the bug internal on a node. I think that we need to change these things to be called, like, the self parameter is not the node anymore on any of these guys, but instead is the AST, and the node is a second argument. Or we pass in the AST as an argument. Let's pass the AST as an argument. That should be fine. Okay, debug internal. Here the bug internal doesn't want source anymore, but now it wants AST. Uh-oh, this does not have AST. And we need to accept it. Okay. Oh, we replace this. It just occurred to me that WireGuard would be a great project for the All Your Code Base showcase. Oh, you know what? That's probably a great suggestion to give to Johnny. I don't know how interested he personally is, but I would agree with you. Like, I would say it's a great idea. I don't use WireGuard myself right now, and I don't know if Johnny does. So I would understand if he would not want to prioritize it because he would prioritize things that he actually uses. But keeping that in mind, I would totally agree on the general point that it would be a great showcase. I would agree. If I didn't have a bunch of stuff to do with Zine, like, I am been itching to attempt porting some things. I would be curious to do a stream like that. Maybe not on my own, like maybe, have a stream with Johnny. So both of us porting stuff. I drive, he tells me how to do it correctly. And we try to make progress on a project. And I could totally see myself attempt WireGuard just as a generally interesting project. But yeah. Also, Tilescale. Is Tilescale the client? The client is open source, right? It's only the server implementation that's private. Where's the GitHub logo? Dude, where's the GitHub logo, man? Oh man, so corporate. Okay, Tailscale, GitHub. Tailscale is an independent implementation. Yeah. Oh wait, it's a Go project. Shell.nix. Okay, let's see. What are your dependencies, dude? Show me. I don't know what I'm reading. Fetch tarball. Flake compat. It doesn't seem they're read. Oh, flake.lock. Okay, where's flake.lock? Flake.nix. Okay. They depend on curl, git, go please, go tools, graphviz, Perl, go 122 yarn. Perl? Maybe because of graphviz? Docker file? Okay, you know, I'm not so sure anymore. There's a ton of going there, and like, yeah, you just can't. It's more interesting if the project is pure C and C++, right? Like, because it's Go. Although you could orchestrate Go from Z, you could totally do it, and I think that Go is probably one of those tool chains that it's like fairly amenable to it. Yeah, WireGuard is pure C. In any case, yeah, these are interesting ideas. Okay, we cycled back almost to having to implement outers. Haven't implemented it yet. So, parent expects a mutable AST. None of these require immutable AST, actually. No field or member function name to element on an AST node. Yeah, right. And also I think that this element is back to being an HTML node. So we don't need to call to element. And we can get rid of a question mark. Shit, we need to implement attributes now. Okay. Honestly, we might be getting to a point where we can run these tests sooner than what I expected. Honestly, I know that I'm not properly stopping to think through exactly every step of this thing. Like, I need... Some of the errors need to be changed. Some of these errors need to be deleted. New ones need to be added. Some are to-dos and need to be actually fixed. But and like, I'm not doing this right now. But mechanically speaking, I don't know what's going to be there after utters. Out of curiosity, what happens if... you know what? Let's not do this. So I want start tag to... Yeah, utters should be... Oh, wait, that was an iterator all along? There was already an iterator! Holy shit! That was already an iterator. That was already an iterator. That's interesting. Okay, do we have source? Ah, it seems that we do. No, we don't really. Okay. Oh, is self-closing. No more of this check. Super utters. Whoa, where are we? Oh, because in every thing we iterate separately. Oh shit. Oh, actually, let me check. Let me double check what's going on in here. So if it's extend, like these are mutually exclusive. If it's extend, then that's one thing. If it's super, that's a different thing. You know what? Here's what I'm doing. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna undo my change here. And I'm instead gonna say, I want to make it an alias. Can I do this? Freak. I like the idea of being able to call utters off of that. I'm conflicted now. You know what? Okay. Let's go back to what I was doing before. There will be a day where I will regret this, probably, but we'll see. Oh shit, and I'm totally... Oh, this is a different thing. So we're doing parent.start tag. Okay. Actually, how do you do start tag? I already forgot. Oh yeah, you can totally do element.start. Okay, okay. That's right. Showing the error. Start tag on next, right? Oops. Expected HTML AST node. Don't recognize their span. Yeah, about that, my friend. This is not like this anymore. It's a span. Yeah, span selection, span line, and span office don't exist. Oh shit. But implement those now. I love Dr. Love Wizard. You know what? I was being optimistic earlier, not so much anymore. So this is basically a range. Where did I put that range? Yeah. Okay, I feel like these types need to become like top level types. Either that or we decide to inherit the ones from the LSP and we keep those around. But the LSP has disgusting naming conventions and I don't want to do that. So, yeah, I would say here's what we're going to do. We move these guys to the top level. That's what I say. I think that everybody should share these types. Yeah. Even span. You come with me, buddy. So that's range. And then we also do line. What does line, was it based on? Let's take a look at what we do in errors here. We do get the selection and we get the line as two separate things off of a span. Okay, so this is also supposed to be part of span. I feel like there's too much of a connection between, like, they're too similar, but yeah, they should be different types. Okay, so self. Okay, so we have a span, a range, and a line. This wants to do span.offset. What does that even mean? Oh, because it was from a node, right? There's no need to do that. So I guess we'll get to a point where we decide if this stuff makes sense or not. In any case, in errors.zig, why do I have a dedicated type for a line? What does a line give me? Oh, it's a string, it's a slice and a start. Interesting. So it is definitely a weird, different data type. Fine, let's leave it as is, I guess. At least for now. Okay, we broke a bunch of stuff by doing this. Oh man, we broke so much stuff. That's for sure. And also, so that you could print a line and highlight part of it. Yeah, totally. My question was more like, do I really need that type? Should this not be expressible as one of the other pre-existing types? Maybe for convenience. Maybe I created it for convenience, but then maybe you could actually just make it work off of a range. If you think about it, it's basically a range because it's a U32, a start and end to define the line, and then it's another number. So it's like 3 numbers. So you could totally make it work off of a pre-existing type, but whatever. I agree, it's not a big ugly type. Span.selection. No field or member, span, no selection. That's a range. Fuck. Row call. Line call. I'm starting to like row call more though, because it's 3 letters. Maybe we should. I mean... Oh, but wait. Wait. Range has start and end. Pause is protocol. Okay. Okay. I probably broke so many things as I'm doing this. HTML AST. Why? Because this guy doesn't use range. That makes sense. Root range post? No, it does have a row, man. It does have a row. Stop complaining. It does have a row now. All the errors are in here. Okay, wait. What's the current state of things then? Expected type iterator found ast.zig. Expected type HTML AST node tag found a const one. Yeah. Expected source found AST. Type is not a function. Last attribute and tag name dot end. Last attribute end. Oh, this is okay, this wants to be an index. So that would be, yeah, literally tag name dot end. Oops. Root.span doesn't have debug. True. What did debug do? It would just log the name. That's it. I mean, I guess fine. Let's go implement this. Attribute on node.next. What does that mean? Misplaced bar attribute. Oh shit, I'm doing look ahead here. Oh man. I'm doing look ahead. Yeah, about that. So let's do this. No, let's say triage. Oh my god, what do I keep pressing? Nothing named and in utter. Oh shit, what was it then? Oh, I get it. No, span.end. Actually, utter doesn't have span, it's a function. No field named name. Name span. Cursor.the_init. No member function named the init. Yeah, there's nothing to the init, honestly. And here we should start at 1, not at 0. Although, no, we should start at 0. Okay, so here's how it should work. Actually, no, that's, I think 1 is correct. Okay, we'll see. No field name node. Yeah. Right, we want to debug this stuff as well. Function when a return type implicitly returns. So we keep returning attributes and then like this. We could even do this. Let's get fancy with our expressions a little bit. Although this branch will not work. Or maybe will. See what happens. We write this. Incompatible types and void. Continue. Yeah, it doesn't work. Okay, fine. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Yeah, there is no prev. Oh shit. Wait, to do this only catches the simplest case. It needs also to enter previous nodes. Oh Jesus. Okay, let's see. Man, all these old rules that I now need to change and redesign. You know what? I'm thinking of toggling off this error here. Oh shit, we don't have errors in what? Where are we erroring out then? We're erroring out somewhere. We have to. Oh, in FMT we're erroring out. Oh no. Expected tuple of struct argument found on CO8. Where? AC838. What's your problem with that, dude? What's the problem with that, dude? It's exactly the type that you're getting. Hmm, 838 wants a string, and this guy gives it a string. So what more do you want, man? I feel like this thing is I think I'm being hit by a zig bug where it's pointing at the wrong thing. There's another FMT somewhere that's going out of whack. Yeah, this is a known bug. Oh god. You know that I remember experiencing this in the past. Expected tuple or struct argument found string. Oh, I found it. Oh god, thankfully it wasn't too hard. Never mind, that wasn't it. That was certainly some... Oh, I know what the other one is. The other one is in Node. Jesus. Please tell me I haven't done it anymore. Oh, fuck. We're failing our tests. We're hitting a panic to do. Not bad. Not bad. Honestly, I suspect that we introduced bugs in the translation, so like I don't think it's gonna work after we fix that to do. But we're gonna trip some other assertion. But hey, yeah, it's time to do the to do. 117. Also, nice the panics now don't bork the stack trace. When I was first developing this, I at some point ended up implementing my own assert that accepted at source because I could not otherwise get any resemblance of a stack trace from a panic. And some panics would loop forever. I don't know if people remember. Those were hard times, which I'm sure we're not in anymore, right? Talking about known bugs. So sorry, completely blanked on where I need to go. Tokenizer 117. Man, we even get well, thank you. So, how do we freaking unescape this thing? I think we should ask Squeak. Since Squeak has implemented all these escape and escape things, I think we should ask Squeak. So for now, we are going to do the most simplistic thing of just unquoting the string. Thank you. It's Senpai. I was typing out, man. What a cringe moment. mistyping my weeaboo words. God. Shameful display, some would say. Okay, so turns out we are not doing the to-do, we're faking it. But let's see where that leads us. Probably in another panic somewhere in AST. Oh, yeah. Oh. There we go. Okay, let's look at the failed stuff. Let's see, failed. AST test super failed. P-loop page authors P-loop. Unscripted var. A var attribute requires a value that scripts what to put in the relative element's body. Oh, I know what we're doing. So, oh man, I know what we're doing. So actually this is way more functional than I expected. Holy shit. So here's what's happening. The previous implementation of unquote, so unquote would be in my HTML AST, right? No. Wait, don't we define attributes in here? No, they're in tokenizer. Okay, so the previous implementation of unquote was actually taking off the quotes from the string, but the current implementation actually doesn't do that anymore. So actually unquote is obsolete. We don't need it anymore. We don't do it anymore. Like the new way that we do things, we already only keep the contents. So unquote doesn't exist anymore. Time to, I guess, refactor this as well. Including in, well, no, AST doesn't need this. Does root need this? No. Does error needs this? No, I think it's only AST that needs this. Okay, let's see where it's fading. AST 694. Oh, but so yeah, this is now value.span.slice. For some reason, ZLS doesn't like to give me errors anymore. Tokenizer. (116). Oh, yeah, I'm dumb. Language server exited. Oh no, something is causing ZLS to poop itself. Shame. Okay, so it did. Okay, so we turned off this check, like the idea under loop check. I believe we commented out. So now the test case is failing. I think some other test cases are failing for worse reasons though. Error. AST var errors failed. Expected. Okay, Jesus. Let's see what happened here. Expected is output. Instead found this. Oh, wait, that's, yeah, that's fine. Like, it's just a difference in how we're printing things. I think I actually just changed the debug printing. This is borked though. Expected element loop. We don't recognize element loop. And we only recognize an if and a var. Yeah, so this is borked. Okay, so I think that here's how it works. We always start at depth 1. We assert that we, like, it's a misuse to start from 0. Did things improve? No, element group is still not recognized. So this is, yeah, so we borked some of the AST construction logic. And this is an error that doesn't exist anymore. Not bad though, not bad. We're not there yet, God damn it. As I said in the beginning, I did not expect this to, the refactoring to preserve everything first try. Unfortunately, I remember that this AST was kind of fragile in its construction. And I think that as I was tackling this stuff for the first time, I was having somewhat trouble navigating the complexity. So I think that also some things that I've implemented are like, you know, kind of janky noobish. Hopefully I can now give it a second pass and maybe do better. But yeah, other than that, not bad. It works. Worky. So that's a success in my book. Honestly, right now I don't feel like it's a good time to start looking at this, making this stuff work. I also feel like it's the kind of work that I kind of need to be concentrated and do on my own. But hey, not bad. So you know what? Let's fix one error and then one test case, and then I think we can call it a day. Let me see if anybody is streaming in the meantime. Anybody else streaming? It doesn't seem so. Let me double check on the section. The Premagen is doing some zig. So you know what? I'll send you all to the Premagen. So thank you all for hanging out. I hope you had a good time. And I'll see you next time. Oh god, my raid stuff is pooping itself. You're already raiding the Primogen. Yes, I know, man. But the thing closed itself. So now what am I supposed to do? Okay, I don't know. It's not working. Maybe it is working. Oh, right now. Okay. Oof. Found it.